Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. It's Friday now. This is lovely. It is night 2 of the draft. And it should be a very, very busy night for the Green Bay Packers as they've got 4 picks coming up in round 2 and round 3. But of course, there's also the rumor mill churning all afternoon that the Packers are going to try to get up higher in round 2. Maybe for the love of my heart, Cooper DeJean, maybe for somebody else, but we will find out, and it all begins shortly. So we are joined again by Tyler and Jake from Wisco Fanatics. They're hanging out, as well as we will have one.
Yeah, man, I'm waving everybody. Hi, everybody.
Gotta get 2 answers there.
John did call the love of his heart Cooper DeJean with his wife sitting next to him. So,
partner in pod, partner in life. I was just about to introduce him to that. It makes it sting even worse. But Claudia, she's here as always. So I am more than ready for tonight, guys. I've been looking forward to this. Like, to me, 1, this is where Gutekunst makes his living, and 2, 4 picks on this night is. That's just downright exciting. Yeah. So should be a much busier night tonight than it was last night as well.
We have Joseph with the very early comment saying, great show last night. Today is going to be lit with 4 picks. I'm going Cooper DeJean, Cedric Gray, Max Melton, Cooper Beebe, just missing the triple Cooper as another team grabs Edgerrin.
Oh, fine. We can live with it.
We got Connor saying, let's get it ready for a great 4th pick. Let's go ready for a great day 2. We got Janelle saying, I'll be multitasking D&D while following the draft. I hope they can get Cooper. A triple Cooper would be awesome.
Amen. Have fun playing D&D, Janelle.
Let's see, you got Joseph. I've been touting the triple Cooper for nearly a month, but I will take 2 out of the 3 as a consolation.
Absolutely.
Chris Hand saying, hey, everyone.
Hey, Chris. Welcome.
Kevin Kells, I can't be late if I'm sitting here with you. That's true.
Appreciate it, Captain.
Can't get you that way. Commander G-Man saying movements afoot.
I'm hoping so.
And Joseph saying foot problems for at least 2 guys on our board, Kool-Aid and Johnny Newton.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And we'll see. I mean, I know, Kool-Aid, it's all about that Jones fracture. And Newton, I think, is some variation of a Jones fracture, but it's not as considered as plaguing as Kool-Aid's, but we'll have to see. So also welcoming in Simon. He's here now, joining us tonight.
Hey, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, buddy? What's up?
Names are being aired. First, he ranks Cooper DeJean over me. Then we got Jake.
It's only momentary. Don't worry. Once he misses a tackle, it'll be over.
How many tackles has Claudia missed?
Running back.
Her big pet peeve is Luke Musgrave can't stand his feet.
Oh yes, Luke Musgrave and I, we could use some coaching on footwork.
Leave him alone. The turf monster gets everybody sometimes.
That's true.
Right. When staying on your feet is less often than not, use some work.
Maybe you need smaller shoes.
Maybe.
Could be deeper cleats, maybe.
Something.
Big Papa.
Cleats are too deep.
Big Papa, I think it's totally possible we're going to see a running back tonight. I really do, because I think they may be circling that earlier than some expect, in which case you could be looking at Trey Benson, Jalen Wright,
Will Shipley.
Even Jonathan Brooks. Yeah, Will Shipley, another one. Brooks coming off of the torn ACL. I mean, if they want to ease Brooks back into game action coming off that ACL, they have the perfect setup for him with Jacobson Dillon to lead the charge until Brooks catches up. It could even make a lot of sense if he falls down the board from a value standpoint. So
if he makes it to 58, I'd consider it.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty clearly by consensus the top running back in this draft.
Yep.
So if they can nab that with late 2, heck, even earlier 3, maybe they consider a move up to grab him. But him in this backfield would be a lot of fun, and they're the right team with the right situation to allow him to get back to health in his time. So we'll have to see how it goes. I certainly would not mind the triple Cooper. That would be a fun evening. So
The memes are writing themselves,
I was
honestly.
just gonna say the graphics would be immaculate.
Yeah.
That's true.
Tyler's
Anything
favorite
you
word is
guys-
immaculate lately, I think. Is that your favorite word lately, buddy?
I mean, if we're talking about vibes, I'm always
Hey,
in
hey,
for
it's a great
immaculate
word.
vibes.
I'm not judging. I
Immaculate
just
vibes,
think it's
there
your
you go.
favorite one lately.
What are you guys most looking forward to tonight?
Can I give a shout out real quick? I just wanted to go
Yeah.
on our side of the
of
YouTube
course.
side and just give a thank you shout out to Connor. Connor subscribed to our Patreon last night. So
Oh, let's go, Connor.
Awesome. You, Connor.
Connor's a dog.
That's awesome.
as far as most excited for tonight, I kind of almost wanted to like tie it into Joseph's, the over under on trades in the top half of round 2. He says 5.5.
Ooh.
I mean, it could be a lot.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited for trades.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for the Packers to draft Javon Bullard. That's what I'm really excited for.
Ooh.
I really like Bullard. I think that his skill set fits in very nicely with Xavier McKinney. He's a guy that can run with guys deep. He has great acceleration. Just look at his 3-cone and his 20-yard shuttle. He does have good speed. He ran a 4.4. I mean, we see these guys run 4.4 all the time, and everybody scoffs at it, right? Because it's kind of normal now. But 4.4 is fast. I'd be lucky to run a 10.4 in a 40-yard dash. So, a 4.4 is fast, so he's a fast guy, and he's not afraid to stick his nose in there. I think he'd be a great addition to the Packers safety room. Just completely take that safety room and make it do a 180 compared to last season, right? So that would be awesome. I'm excited for that.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Let's say the Packers don't pick a safety today, but they pick one tomorrow.
Okay.
Would you still be interested in maybe signing Justin Simmons?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm never going to say no to that. He's good.
I mean, I would. They have the money to do it yet, too.
True.
Yes, they do.
True.
They
I
have
mean,
Here's your
It's
$5 million that you saved from Aaron Jones, John.
see, then it could actually be worth it rather than just sitting in the piggy bank. But
Yeah.
I mean, especially like June 2, they get the money opening up from Devondre Campbell as well.
Yep.
Financially, they can take on Simmons and be just fine, as long as Simmons doesn't want like pay it where he was in Denver, because
Right.
they're not paying for that future. But no, I 100%. If they don't pick a clear-cut starting safety in these next couple rounds, then I'd be for it. Sure.
I mean, you can't really think of a better scenario for a young developmental safety to come into a room with Xavier McKinney and Justin Simmons. I mean, are you kidding me?
That's
You're
so
talking
awesome.
about football IQ. You're talking about guys that have been there and done that. Guys that have got big paydays. They understand how to navigate the free agency. So they're going to learn everything about the NFL from these guys. So I think that would be tremendous. And I think Simmons is at the point of his career where maybe he can ring chase a little bit and take a little bit less on the financial side. He's been paid. So
And I mean, as much as like the line between box safety and post safety between McKinney and Simmons wouldn't be like totally clear, which is what Groot wants anyway. But they're two very different styles of safety for a young one to learn from too.
Yeah.
Jake, I wanted to ask you, since you brought up Bullard, where do you see him playing best? Like, is he straight up going to be box safety, or do you think they play him at nickel some?
see, that's the interesting part about him, and I'm glad you brought that up because he does have experience as a nickel corner, and he talked about that actually. He said that he doesn't care. He said you could send me deep, you could put me at nickel, and the thing that's what I really love about him is his versatility, and that just speaks Packer to me, right?
Yeah.
You think about the big hit that he had on Marvin Harrison Jr. in that playoff game, man. I mean, he can just play everywhere. I don't care where he plays. I actually don't hate Nixon as much as other Packers fans. I think that he showed growth, and that's what we kind of focus on our side is we don't look at as things as problems. We look at them as opportunities, right? And week 1, Keyshawn Nixon versus playoff wild card Keyshawn Nixon, who was making reads and making tackles in space, that's a completely different player. So they paid for the guy that played in the playoffs, played week 11, 12, 13, 14, etc., not week 1. And that's what everybody wants to remember because he had some missed tackles, had some missed opportunities. So I think that he's growing, and I think Hafley's defense will fit him. So I see Bullard more as a guy that can match up with tight ends. And Tyler can probably attest to this since he was there with his eyes. He was dominating at the Senior Bowl. One-on-one man coverage, he was locking down wide receivers and tight ends. I don't know if you saw that tape, but go look at that. He didn't allow very many catches. He was straps. So you got Hafley who wants to play man defense, wants to be aggressive downhill. Bullard fits that.
So, I mean, almost a very different player, mind you, but the same kind of versatility of like a Cooper DeJean of like you pick him and then you figure out where he goes based on the rest of the roster. But just know that you've got that Army knife at your disposal.
Yeah, there's no I have no problem with who they draft because I'm not a draft expert, right? I go out there, I watch, and I let my eyes tell me my football IQ that I have, and I just let it happen, right? If they pick Cooper DeJean, I'm going to be ecstatic, dude.
Yeah.
And you got a guy that can go anywhere. And then you were talking about it last night. I talk about it all the time. 4-2-5 is base defense in the NFL anyways. I don't care 4-3, 3-4, whatever the hell you want to call it, 4-3 under, 3-4 under, 3-4 over, I don't care, right? But 4-2-5 is the base defense. Yeah. That's what everybody runs. And you have a guy like Cooper DeJean or Javon Bullard, you're just putting a guy in there that can tackle and a guy that's willing to fly around and make plays on the football. Good ball skills is a thing that needs to be valued in Green Bay. We didn't force many turnovers last year. I want that to change this year.
Yeah, needs to. Absolutely.
All right, we got Steven Smith saying linebacker, cornerback, and edge.
I'm down. I mean, because then you like in theory you could be looking at like even a Bullard for just defensive back, and then Adrian Cooper or Junior Colson, and then throw in Marshawn Nealand as well. Yeah, like that. Be just fine with a trio like that.
Joseph adding on to that, plus a DL or all is my guess, with a slight chance of wide receiver or running back.
Yep. Johnny Newton is still there.
We got Cody saying that Simon get drafted to Buffalo. They call you, bro?
No, that's not the draft that he was in. Simon got drafted.
He's in a different draft, right? Good call, Tyler.
Justin saying, day 2, baby, let's go.
Day 2.
Welcome back.
We have Gary saying, the more I thought about it, the more I think we should have made a better pick yesterday. But what do I really know?
Nothing. None of us know. Nothing. We don't know anything.
Well, that's true. But Gary, did you see my live earlier today? I talk about Morgan a bunch and the rationale behind the pick and where I think he's going to go in year 1 versus year 2. I don't know. And per the consensus boards, it really wasn't the reach a lot of people were trying to make it out to be either. I know the Athletic had him at 34. Dane Brugler had him late first, early second. Like, to get a guy like that at 25. Plus, it even came out today that Jerry Jones was talking about taking him at 24. Then they slid back, and they were still considering taking Morgan even after they slid back. Like, he was not going to get out of round 1. So, I get it.
We got Peter. Bonjour. The pick is in with the number 41 pick. The Green Bay Packers select Joe Milton.
Peter, we have guests from another channel here. You can't embarrass us like this.
He did the same thing yesterday. I saw it too.
And he did the same thing in the community mock too. It's Peter. Peter loves himself some Joe Milton. But bonjour.
We got Commando G-Man saying time to see if anyone wanted the first pick of day 2.
Yeah, we're still sitting here. Still waiting on Buffalo.
Though it says that the Bills pick is in. So we'll see.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's do it. Wide receiver or Cooper DeJean?
Probably a wide receiver.
Where's Cooper? Like, because the ESPN just flipped over to his party, I guess, and he was just gone. So
we got Anna saying, "Go Pack, go!"
Hey Anna, welcome.
And then we got Bill saying Morgan had a 9.24 RAS and can play multiple positions. I'm okay with the pick.
My thing that I kept saying about Morgan is if you are going to pay Jordan Love and just invested in Josh Jacobs, one of your main focuses should be to protect both of them.
An offensive line with Jordan Morgan is stronger than an offensive line without it.
Agreed.
And so the offensive line got better. And at the end of the day, removing all things like position value, everything else, the offensive line got better, which is very much a net positive for the team. And I'll take that.
You guys want to know a secret about, well, not a secret because I put it out in my video today, that there were a record number of offensive linemen taken in the first round this year?
How many were there?
9.
Yeah.
Jesus. Did you call
Previous
that?
record was 7.
Did you call that? I think you said 8 or 9 a couple of
I
times.
said 9, and I said there could be as many as 10.
Good call. Good call.
And what
I
was
wrote that
it? I think
article
it
in February.
was it like 23 total offensive players, which was a new record too?
Yeah.
That was just crazy.
Well, I mean, they had what, 14 straight? 15 straight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
14.
Nuts, dude.
Bill saying I'm getting Buffalo goes wide receiver.
Totally possible. They've got an empty wide receiver room right now, so
I'm actually going to go play wide receiver for him. I'm 6'6". Put me out there.
okay, why not? All right, here we go. It's in.
Oh, God.
Shit.
She's just pumped for the Bills.
Gary, I see your last comment there. I totally understand, and I sympathize with that. It's just I at least understand the Morgan pick totally. So I get it.
And Thomas, welcome in. You missed not a thing. The first pick in the second round is Keon Coleman to the Bills.
He gone. So Keon Coleman,
It is
wide receiver that a lot of people actually like for Green Bay because at the combine he had the best on-field speed of any wide receiver. Plus he's big. But away he goes to become Buffalo is probably their new number 1 right away. So, but yeah, Thomas, it's all you missed. Solar Miner, I see your comment. I had to go to your page to find this. No notice or anything popped up. That's fantastic. Okay, I'm glad you found us.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing us dirty, YouTube.
Got did dirty by YouTube and Bleacher Report in the same day.
Tech has not been my friend today, man. Man. Yeah, if you weren't there, I was on Bleacher Report earlier today. I played a 90-second clip as part of my presentation, and just no sound came out.
Oh,
nothing.
There's one.
Did on my end, but not today. So,
Got a trade. That's one.
what? I don't got anything.
Chargers are trading for the Patriots pick.
Huh. I have not seen that.
So Chargers aren't moving up much. I mean, Chargers are going from 37 to 34. Maybe they're going to get another lineman.
Oh, yeah, look at that. There it is. All right, so we got Gary saying, I think I was more upset we did get a true guard. Oh, hello.
Yeah. Say hello.
Hi.
Can you say go Packers? Say it loud so they can hear you say go Packers.
Go Packers!
Yes, that is
Hey!
good job, baby. Can you say go Bucks?
Go
That a girl. That
Gary, he has a good chance to play tackle yet. I mean, even Bill Belichick on ESPN last night was talking about how Jordan Morgan is a left tackle through and through, and the Packers should play him accordingly. Gutekunst in his presser last night said that you're going to have him compete at all 4 spots. So he may very well settle in at guard, but they're going to give him every chance at tackle, I believe.
We got Thomas saying, woohoo, time to pack a legal bowl and fill for the night. Okay.
You
There
enjoy
you go,
yourself,
Thomas.
Thomas.
Love that for you.
All right, so Chargers and Patriots swap a 4 and 5 to do this little switch off from 34 to 37.
Chris saying, I found out Morgan has a twin brother and he's going to be picked next. Ha ha. I'm just kidding. I had to pick with y'all a little bit.
Don't do it, man. Mm-mm.
Rude.
Mm-mm.
Chris.
Although it would be kind of cool to have 2 guards as twins. That would be sweet.
Just like the replacements.
Yep. Yep.
We are the guards. We protect our quarterback.
Nothing might go with wide receiver Mitchell from Texas.
yeah.
In regards to Buffalo.
Yeah. I guess Buffalo just likes them bigger.
It's a good idea.
Cody saying, I like Coleman, but wide receiver needy team. Has to be wary on that. Had some major injuries.
True.
Thomas saying that he usually has to search us, but today we were top on the board.
YouTube's trying to keep the man down.
Right.
That's all I got.
Then we got, hi, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Cody. Go, Gary.
Hey, man. Go back. Go.
And Southern Miner saying we got the second best guard.
I'm okay with it.
After Fuaga? Yeah, probably.
And Miserable Goat saying things will be interesting tonight.
There's no doubt about that, no matter how it goes.
Great name, by the way. Great name.
Mm-hmm.
Miserable Goat.
Mm-hmm.
It's
he's a regular. We love him.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chargers pick is in. They're walking up.
Oh,
Don't say anything because
You
my
are-
phone is very far behind. I have the Bucks on my TV and the game on my or the draft on my phone.
Scott saying we need a kicker.
Not yet, Scott.
Are we doing that again? Are we going to
Yes,
do this the whole
Jake.
draft?
Scott and I have
Had
been doing this since
3
the
people
fall.
say it today.
All right. And the Chargers-
Rolf is. I've never seen a man named Rolf. I thought that was just a guy at Ed, Ed and Eddie.
Larry
Oh, so they get what's probably a slot receiver for
Yep.
Herbert. All right.
Wide receiver.
That's a good pick for them, honestly. I like that pick for them.
Honestly, like I'm good. I mean, I don't see the Packers going wide receiver in early 2. Brian Thomas Jr. is gone.
I
So
don't either, but I'm starting to get really excited about the DBs that are continuing to fall.
Man.
That's what I mean. Like, let's do all the wide receivers at 441. You people.
All right, we got Peter saying, my guess, Scoot's going to draft Jordan Jefferson, a defensive tackle from LSU, and Jordan Whittington from wide receiver from Texas, just because he's obsessed with that Jordan name. It did him well so far.
Yeah, that's true. He's
So-
1 for 1.
As long as the streak keeps going.
Yeah. Thomas saying we need a long snapper. Miserable Goat saying long snapper. Y'all. Maybe after Versace's gone.
You have regulars, trolls.
Yes.
Yes, I love them dearly.
That's funny.
Oh, that was filth. That was filth. A step back trade from Chris. That was filth. The Bucks are down 9. We're in this thing a little bit.
Bro.
We're in this thing.
He's cooking right now.
Yeah, he is. Grab the rebound, dude. I don't know how many offensive rebounds the Bucks are going to give up, but they're going to give up the record. It feels like.
Or it'll be
you
a
got
foul
Gary.
every time.
Right.
Gary saying, I think I'm more excited about tonight's pick than yesterday's pick. Am I
Dude
alone?
literally had his hand touching his forehead and he still hit it.
No,
No, I don't think so.
no, Gary. I'm more excited for tonight than I was last night too.
I think everybody should be more excited for tonight. We have 4 picks.
That's
I mean, we
that's
had
where
to
my
wait,
excitement comes
3
from. We have
hours
more
last night.
picks.
What's
Yeah.
that?
I was gonna say I agree with you. I'm excited too because we have more picks.
Yeah. It's gonna be more.
I do think it's more like I don't know, I kind of hate this word, but it's more of like the casual fan perspective to just like care less about the draft as it goes on, right? Like round 1 is the guy that you know you're going to see play, and then the rest of the guys are like, and then you get to the late
Sheesh.
picks, and it's like,
Another trade.
And there's a trade.
all right, Atlanta moving into 35.
They're gonna draft another quarterback. Piss off Michael Penix this time.
Somebody just
So-
said Spencer Rattler is coming home.
So Arizona moved out of 35.
Cardinals moved down to-
Interesting.
They're gonna take Cooper, huh?
I don't know.
Cooper
Falcons-
Quarterback Tulane.
Yeah.
We got Thomas saying, I'm not trolling. I just want to not worry about field goals.
I mean, I get it. And Orzik was ultimately fairly disappointing last year. Like he was supposed to solidify the long snapper problem, and then he didn't. So I do get that.
We got Joseph saying, I do have a long snapper UDFA picked out. Peter Bowden of Badgers is decent, and Brad Nortman vouches for him.
I'm okay
I
with
mean,
that.
I'm not
Alright.
against
From
that.
in Wisconsin, I guess.
Nobody thinks about the long snapper until they suck, right? So
Yep.
I talked to Peter Bowden at the Senior Bowl, so I got that going for me if he gets drafted by the Packers.
hey, it's-
There you go.
Getting all those connections.
Yeah.
I talked to Tyler Guyton and Patrick Paul, and then we picked Jordan Morgan. It's like, dang it.
You picked the wrong one.
Almost had it in. We got Peter saying, I feel so sad for Josh Allen. He deserves much more respect from his GM.
I was thinking about this today. Like, yes and no. Stephon Diggs was traded fairly cheap, but I'm not sure anyone in Buffalo was that upset to see Diggs go. His production, sure, but Diggs has proven again and again to maybe
You a little
be
difficult?
tilting to more pain than value.
He's like 2 head injuries away from being the next Antonio Brown.
So I'm not sure they were truly that upset by that. And I think I think Josh Allen and any quarterback who's with a team for 10, 15 years, like Allen's going to try to be in Buffalo, has to be realistic about, like, even if you're an all-world quarterback, there are going to be ebbs and flows and contention windows that sometimes teams have to pursue and sometimes teams have to sit back. And quarterbacks, even if they're as good as Josh Allen or Aaron Rodgers back in the day, have to understand that point. And Buffalo is going through kind of a semi-competitive rebuild right now. They needed to. They were old and had no money.
Yep. They smoked
Rodgers
the
is the
defenses when they
perfect
grabbed
example.
Bond.
Yeah, we saw this in Green
Yep.
Bay.
So
So
they literally went from like Donald Driver to Greg Jennings to Jordy Nelson with Randall Cobb mixed in there, and then to Devontae Adams, and now they've completely rebuilt the wide receiver room in 2 years.
That's wild, actually. We got
it's
pretty lucky.
crazy, like the fact that in 2 years the wide receiver room is completely overhauled.
Dude.
Well,
That's
I mean,
that's what gave me the confidence to say, like, dude, nobody, literally nobody gets offensive talent like the Packers. It's not even close. We've had 3 generational quarterbacks in a row. I might be a little early on Jordan Love. Running backs galore. We could just throw any running back out there. Ryan Grant was good for a short stint. Eddie Lacy was good for a short stint.
James
Aaron
Starks.
Jones, obviously.
Marks.
I mean,
Yep.
Jamal Williams was good for a couple of years there. Offensive linemen.
Okay.
I mean, tight end, we're not very good, but we never had to be because we have 700 wide receivers.
Well, and I mean, even in total, like the entire team rebuild lasted like 4
Right.
weeks.
Yeah.
Dude, longest 4 weeks of my life, man.
Right? It was so rough.
You only
was
wanted
a
to say
Bears
his
fan
first
forever.
name, huh, John?
What's that?
You only wanted to say his first name, huh?
Ruke or Horo.
Ohoro.
Yeah. I think
to
I'm
say.
close on that.
Francisco.
I had him in my final mock.
Francisco.
What is his real name? Say the real
Ruke?
name, Tyler.
What?
Say the real name. Say his real name.
Ruke or Ohoro?
No, that is not his real name.
What is it?
Dude, it's long as hell.
It's
Well,
Oro.
it's all vowels, too. What is happening?
I'm not gonna
He's
lie.
Italian.
When I put him in my mock, I had to practice
His
that one
first name?
a bunch.
Oh, hell no. That
Well,
is
then
my
I come
nightmare.
in once a week and I have to read these. Oh my god.
Hey,
What
you know
was
what
his
though? Like
name?
again though, Johnny Newton falling could be because of the foot. We don't know. But
Yeah.
2, again lining up really, really well for Green Bay.
Yep.
To start this off with an older D lineman who, granted, like would have done well in Green Bay, but still, and 2 wide receivers is about as good of a start as the Packers could have had to this.
As Michael says, 3 Cooper Day is still
It's
possible.
still possible, Michael. You're right.
We got Chris Hand saying, I understand the Bucks and San Francisco being a thorn in our sides, but
Yeah.
it's fun reminding Detroit. Green Bay is 106 to
Mhm.
76 to 7 versus Detroit. Someone should give Lions fans a big donation of stickers.
Hey, right now they're actually decent, and
Yeah.
they jump in front of us now too. They can go back to being bad anytime.
Yeah, Thomas saying, outside of safety and cornerback and linebacker, what positions would you all like to see addressed if the board doesn't fall right for the highest needs? I want to say defensive lineman, but I'm not sure with the switch to a 4-3.
Edge rusher.
Sure.
I agree with that.
My only concern with D line, like you say there, Thomas, is like ultimately you figure for a 4-3 base team or 4-2-5 base team, whatever. How many defensive tackles are you going to carry on a 53-man roster? And right now they are realistically sitting at Slayton, Wooden, Brooks, Wyatt, and Clark. And there
I
is
was
some
thinking 6, so
well, I mean
maybe
that's
one more.
right, maybe one more. But that's really even beginning to push it from a roster building standpoint. Like
It depends on how many like last year's edge rushers that they're going to use at outside linebacker.
yeah, I don't know.
Like,
as if we're
like
gonna
if
see that.
you do you think of Preston Smith, Rashawn Gary, LVN. You figure those guys are all D end more than outside linebackers, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So then it pretty much becomes trying to find guys that are outside linebackers versus just edge rushers.
Well, and I mean, that's why we're looking at, Quay is going to be Will. They've already said that. So he's going to be the
Right.
weak side backer. He'll be outside. McDuffie is probably going to be Mike in the middle.
Right.
That's why, like last night, we were talking about what are they missing? They're missing Sam. And that's Junior Colson. They could put Cooper or anybody else there. It's just they're not the best fit for Sam when they are in that 4-3 base for 20% of snaps.
What do you think about Peyton Wilson?
Kind of the same mold. He would probably be Mike. And then they probably would move McDuffie to Sam, where he could
I'd
at
be
least
okay with that.
survive. I really like Peyton Wilson. Honestly, I would be surprised if he's on the Packers board, just because of that medical history is so extensive. But I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't mind the pick at all. I just think he would probably slide right into Mike.
We have Thomas adding on. It does depend a lot on how much we use 4 down linemen versus 2 and a
Yep.
few linebackers stood up. I'm just curious to see what they use more of.
I think we're going to see 4-2-5 as the most prevalent formation. I would not be shocked at all if they go multiple and we actually see some 5-2 or the old school 46. 4-3 will be their technical base. You can expect that to be like 15 to 18, maybe 20% of snaps. 4-2-5 is probably going to be their most prevalent base formation.
Right. Joseph, you probably have to have him right around pick 35.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment.
Yeah, Joseph, he just went.
Sorry, man.
Cody asked, imagine if we pick another offensive line with the first pick today. If it's
Wouldn't be
Christian
mad.
Haynes, I'd be okay with it.
Wouldn't be mad.
I'd be okay with Christian Haynes.
Christian Haynes would be good.
Then you're talking like O-line is just
I'd love
like
to see Cooper
locked
Beebe sometime.
in.
Same. Cooper Beebe.
I love Cooper Beebe.
Yeah, I do too.
Justin's hoping for DeJean, Jackson Powers Johnson, and Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah.
I'd be down for that.
Bill asking, so if DeJean and Cooper are both still on the board at 41, who do we take?
Probably neither.
I'm just kidding.
Of those two, I would say DeJean.
I would too.
Supposedly, like they are very interested in Edgerrin Cooper. They met with him. I think it was at the Combine. They had him in for a top 30 visit. But from that article from Justice Mosqueda, where he tried to find out why top 30 visits occurred, apparently they brought in Cooper because they were trying to determine if he's the right kind of jerk. That there's been some issues about playing well with others. He also does have something in his past that was like car accident related that he was absolved of all blame, but apparently the Packers wanted to probe that, ask questions, get a feel for it, what have you, which most teams do. But that, who knows if those questions got answered or if that's still a lingering concern for them. But I would just have to shade towards DeJean.
We got Big Papa Penguin saying, I think Nyland is picked no matter what if he's there.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
Marshawn Nyland. To me,
I wouldn't be
That's-
thrilled, honestly, but I'm much lower on Nealand than the rest of the guys were.
see, when I look at Nyland, I see Preston Smith Jr. He's more of a power edge. He's basically Preston's size, a little bit more of a run stopper with some pass rush ability. Like a less explosive LVN almost in that regard. So when I look at Nyland, that's part of the reason he makes sense to me is because there's your Preston Smith Jr. replacement.
Yep.
But I like Preston Smith, so if that's how it ended up turning out, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, and that's what I see most when I look at Nyland.
We got Joseph saying, Roger Rosengarten, another day 2 O-lineman.
I can do
A
it.
name that I thought would be kind of picked in this area that I would be okay with at 41, 58, anywhere the Packers were able to get him is Kingsley Suo-Mattia. I'd be okay with him as well.
Yep.
Then we have Cody being a little impatient. Thanks for your service or whatever you did. Get on with it.
They're retiring his number.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Thanks for your service or whatever.
Thanks for your service.
right.
Sorry,
And the Washington selects
There he goes.
Druzan Newton.
Johnny Newton
Oh.
off the board for those of you
I
who
mean, that,
yell.
Oh.
No.
It's a nice cat, Simon.
don't get. I'm not about to say what I was going to say.
Settle down.
Yep, my bad.
All right, Jaden Daniels and
We
Johnny
got Justin saying if we beef up that O-line, Jacobs will be a beast, and Dylan still has great value for short yardage.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Like, Dylan, I think, has been maybe not as good as we hoped he would in short yardage situations.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna cut it real quick. I apologize. They said last night that Morgan has left tackle feet, right? I don't know what kind of feet Dylan has, but he just be tripping on them. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's why he wrote that book, Quadzilla Finds His Footing.
He just hasn't found his yet.
Yeah, our Quadzilla is still working on it. He's just, for the size that he is, it's like Dylan sometimes forgets what size he is.
Oh.
And that's
I just saw the Patriots pick. I like that a lot.
frustrating. So,
Wow, they picked already?
Yeah.
Holy.
Wow. PFF
There's
is
one
on it.
cast that says that the New England's pick is in, and then the other one that just said that they're in. How are you so far ahead?
Twitter.
Twitter.
Ah,
That's how he gets all the news out before everybody. I'm like, dude, how do you see this? And then he just
I hate
reveals all the secrets, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to put down my phone for that reason.
I'm actually on it on my tablet, so I will not accept flack for being on my phone. Because that's not where I got the news from.
no mobile devices.
how y'all going to know if you get drafted then? All right.
True.
Like Joseph's comment.
Oh,
The
sure.
bottom.
Oh, Kingsley would be fun to listen to the Lagos.
You know what he would call him? He'd call him Sua Mataioa.
Yeah. I like that. Suama to Iowa.
Oh, that's good.
Justin saying I like Muhammad Kamara if we go edge later.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Kind of oh, there goes. Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes a lot of sense for New England.
I like
that pick a
Jalen
lot.
Polk a lot. Yeah.
Another wide receiver for taking up
For
a
Drake
place
May.
though. So Green Bay's
I'm not-
only at 4 picks.
Yeah, not super high on Drake May, but I like giving him
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Polk. I like that a lot.
It's a good compliment for Drake May.
Brett's about to comment something. Middleton hit a buzzer beater to get it within 7. Don't look now, but the Bucks are only down 5.
Yep.
So we got Tennessee up next.
Indeed.
And what? Tennessee picked the right tackle in round 1, J.C. Latham. Yeah, I wonder where Tennessee's going to go.
Running back.
Maybe they go edge.
They could
Well,
go ahead.
What? Tennessee, they've got Tyjae Sharp. And then who else? They just signed a running back, too.
Pollard.
Oh, yeah, Tony Pollard.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So,
Forgot about that.
and then
Shame on
He's
me.
gonna hit a game winner as the Packers make their pick.
Oh,
That would be awesome.
Tyler, what would the vibes be? What would the vibes be?
The vibes would be immaculate.
Yeah, they
and a
would.
half.
It would be immaculate.
Immaculate and a half vibes.
All right, commercial. I'll be right back.
All right, we got Bill saying I'm liking the way this board is going. There's some high value coming our way.
very much agreed.
100%.
Very, very much.
Could you imagine, just like all the people that freaked out that the Packers didn't pick Cooper DeJean at 25, if Goody gets him at 41?
I would laugh.
It reminds me a ton. Like, granted, they haven't traded up yet, but like if they grab DeJean, it reminds me so much of a couple of years ago when they took Wyatt in late 1 and then Watson early 2.
Yeah.
Like they still wound up getting the guy that everyone wanted them to get just later.
Yep.
It would be just like that in my mind.
It would be like reverse shambles.
Yeah. Right.
Like people would be in shambles about the fact that they whined for 24 hours.
We We got Miserable Goat saying Nick Wright is crazy on saying the Bears will win 10+ games and Williams will be the best quarterback in the division.
Bears are getting better, but they're not touching double digits.
Yeah.
Nope. Dog, they still have no O-line. Darnell Wright is their only offensive lineman.
And their defense is still massively a work in progress. Like, it was better once they got Sweat, but not good enough yet.
Dame time? Is it Dame time?
Shit. It's getting real in Indy. The draft is in Detroit, but
these young boys about to learn a lesson.
A little hot under the collar.
I'm telling you, you cannot measure the heart of a champion. That's all I'm going to say. These young boys about to learn.
Sheesh.
I don't see them yapping right now. Bobby's right. They are front runners.
Start clapping in their faces. And
I apologize. We call ourselves Wisco fans because we just go crazy for all our teams, man. Like we're just wild. We're crazy. We wear our heart on our sleeve. This is us. I go crazy for Bucks. I can't help it. That's why I'm muting myself most of the time because I'm screaming.
I have examples of all of them behind me.
Yeah. I can't show you all mine, but they're everywhere. I promise.
Well, Jake, right there. I have the Giannis bobblehead from I think his his rookie year, the year after the game that we went to together.
The green and growing or Greek and growing still. I have that poster still. And
the poster, yeah, mine's rolled up, but I have it.
I have the poster hanging up over there, right by my Go Pack Go.
All right, we got Matt saying both Coopers still there. Move up if one of them is gone in the next 2 picks.
Here it is. Yeah, this is from his second year because it has his rookie year stats on it.
Yeah, I have that too.
Yeah,
I know you have it. We went to the game together.
Oh, dude, such a vibe.
Cody's saying with pick 41, we're getting Powers Johnson.
I'd be very surprised if we took Powers Johnson, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
He doesn't have like
Charlie Bell auto shirt.
The Packers.
No,
like.
I do not have a Charlie Bell auto shirt.
No, I agree.
I wouldn't hate it though.
I think their planet's center is already pretty well determined.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
It doesn't include spending premium capital on another one.
Nope, it's somebody in house.
Yep.
We got Joseph saying Goody just may be able to stick at 41. Thinking more likely he tries to move up from 58 then. P.S. Bill has the most classic Northern Wisconsin name.
I mean, you're totally right there.
No rocks.
I could with the almost like last night, how the board is falling could justify a trade up from 58 back into the low 40s, and it's just getting cheaper and cheaper the longer we do this.
Yep.
We got Thomas saying every Patriot fan I asked said they aren't high on their new quarterback. I never dug into the quarterbacks and thought they would be excited.
I mean, it's better than what they got. So
better than what they've had for the last 5 years.
Right. I mean,
right, Connor.
Might be trending in the right direction at least. Well, and it should be noted too. I mean, Elliot Wolf is now in charge of their personnel, and he is, by his own account, he is doing things the Green Bay way in New England now.
And so is Atlanta.
Changing of the guard in there. So
we got Thomas saying Bears fans are excited.
Agreed.
They always are.
They always are, exactly.
I love Bears off-season hype. It's so funny.
Oh, it's the
Jake,
best.
we talked to a Bears fan at the Field Picnic last year. What did he say? 11-5, 12-4?
Yeah.
11-6, 12-5?
Yeah, he said 12-5. I was like, no way, bro.
All right, Titans pick is in.
Hey, Brett said Charlie Villanueva is the Charlie he likes. Jake and I have had this conversation on our Wednesday shows. He was ahead of his time.
Tyler, I was just going to pull up that episode. I was going to talk about that episode we had. We drafted our favorite players by jersey numbers. We did
wow.
Andre Sweat to the Titans.
Wow.
Such a great episode. Oh, that's a good pick for that.
I honestly thought he'd fall like further after his DWI.
I mean, because he already had the reputation of being a partier.
Yeah.
And then he got the DWI, 3 weeks ago? I thought for sure he was going to slide.
Yeah.
Wow. That is really
when you got your guy.
I guess.
When in Rome, they say,
Wow. I mean, so Tennessee's just straight and going beef. Like J.C. Latham in round 1 and now Sweat in round 2. Like,
where's the beef? It's in Tennessee.
Yeah.
I thought it was at Arby's, bro.
That dude's massive, too. He's like 360, 370.
What's insane is like it feels like this is the team that should have been built around Derrick Henry.
Pull up.
And now they've gotten rid of Derrick Henry, and now they're adding all this human.
All this human.
We got Justin saying, I don't feel like we need one, but do you think we take a tight end anywhere in this draft? If so, who? I like Jared Wiley from TCU.
I like Jared Wiley too. However, I think they stick to more of a true H-back or someone who at least can play H-back.
And there's a trade.
In which case you're looking at like Jaheim Bell is a little bit small, but he's considered one of the pure H-backs. Eric All from Iowa, although he's got an extensive injury history.
Let me
Benson
throw out another name.
I was just
that was
gonna
at
say
the
his
Senior
name.
Bowl. Brevin Spanford. That dude was far and away the best tight end at the Senior Bowl. That dude was nobody could
He's
get past him. He was
massive.
catching everything, and he is a truck. He was like one of the first players I saw when I got there, and I watched him like all week. The dude is just like he looks like The Rock. Is what he looks like without the tattoos. That's what he looks like.
I just don't project him to be able to play H-back. Like he would come in and be like
He'd be like true tight end.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas like my favorite in day 3 is Tip Ryman from Illinois.
Yeah.
Because like he is almost as good of a blocker as the top blockers in this draft. Plus, given how he ran his 40, it's believed he could at least do some H-back stuff. And for Ryman, 13 of his 19 catches last year went for either first downs or touchdowns. Like he's my favorite day 3 tight end. But I think if they're going to go tight end, you're probably going to see some kind of focus on like a move tight end or H-back.
We got miserable goat saying, what's the odds of Love winning the MVP?
Last I saw, he was still 7th, but I can look it up for you.
Who do you think the Rams are picking here?
Yep, they are.
Yeah,
I like
they
Isaac
played with
Bruce.
Carolina.
Yeah, so Rams up to 39 now.
Justin saying, I hope the Rams take Kool-Aid instead of DeJean.
I'd be fine with getting either one of them after that.
Ultimate.
There it is. Braden Fisk. Another big one gone. Defensive lineman.
You know,
I like Fisky.
I like Fisk a lot. He's just a little older. That was like his only real knock.
I think he's 24.
He's 24.
Yeah. And for Green Bay, he is a little under. Like they like their DTs to be like 287 seems to be like their cutoff, but they like him to be more about 300. And he's more on the underside of 292.
He's around 290.
Yeah.
All right.
He's got good size though. Really
He's
athletic.
stocky. Yeah.
Kevin saying, with what we have on the board, who do you guys want? I picked 41. So it's still DeJean?
Philly just jumped.
Yep, Philly just made a trade.
Philly just moved into 40.
But they
Yeah, I
picked
wouldn't-
Quinion Mitchell, so do you really think they're double dipping here?
They could. I think our secondary needs a lot of help.
And they could consider DeJean a safety.
But
Oh,
yeah,
Chris
and they
Jenkins would make
could
sense.
honestly go anywhere and on the defense and it'd be fine.
There's a bunch of needs that Philly has, but
They could be
I mean-
drafting Jackson Powers Johnson here too.
true, replace Kelsey. But I mean, DeJean would make sense for them. And that Fangio defense, he would do great.
Yeah, I think so too.
So
So if Philly picks DeJean, who's your 41?
Kool-Aid.
I don't want to.
Don't give me that face.
You know who I like a little bit, and I mean people would probably say it's a reach, but I like TJ Tampa a lot too, as like a fit for Green Bay.
Okay.
I'd like him at 58. Another potential guy I'd throw out there. If we saw Newton fall, Michael Hall maybe. Like I think 41 might be a little too early, but I think if they pick somebody else at 41, that's where I'd trade into like the late 40s to maybe try to grab Michael Hall there.
If you want a true defensive tackle, Chris Jenkins is one of the top ones available. It makes sense right now. And he's very Packersy in terms of his traits and Raz and the whole deal.
I like Chris Jenkins. He's got a mean streak in him.
Yeah.
I think we need a little bit more mean streak up front.
So,
Janelle?
I mean,
Hey,
I
Philly.
could see it.
Man,
Steven saying Kool-Aid's foot issue is still bothersome to him.
Yeah. And that's like stuff we don't really get privy to, is how people feel about like past injuries and stuff and whether or not they're okay with it, which might be why Cooper DeJean's slide has been kind of unexpected. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's just because the NFL views him as a safety, and that's
Yeah.
what they're
Yeah.
saying right now. But yeah, I'm trying to see.
Janelle, I hate Philly.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried about Philly taking
Get it.
DeJean at 21 or 22. 22 was their pick. I was worried about it back then, and now trading up to 40 is just mean.
Kamikaze saying the Packers took O-line at 25, could go D-line at 41.
Good, yeah.
Joseph saying wide receiver Mitchell is still there.
That one's kind
Yeah.
of surprising. He seems to be slipping, but I really don't know. I don't know what his deal is.
We got some people in the comments talking about Chris Jenkins.
Yep.
Yeah, Michigan defensive tackle. But either way, we're almost up. 40 for Philly right now.
Just some good old commercials.
Yeah, man. The other
What
thing
if
that I
they
haven't
trade
seen,
back here?
anybody know what Philly gave up to get into 40? Has anyone seen that anywhere yet?
yes.
I haven't.
Philly traded 50, 53, and 161 for 40 and 78.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Wow.
Not bad, actually.
yeah, all right.
I'm not mad at that. You got 40 and 78. I know you gave up 50 and 53, but if you can go up and get your guy,
Sheesh. So the pick is in. I know who the pick is, but now the Saints are trading for 41.
That's what I was gonna say. I wonder if we trade back.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we got
More
45,
draft capital for Goop.
168, and 190. So we moved back 4 spots and picked up 168 and 190, which is 5th and a early 6th.
Wow.
interesting.
So we're at 12 picks now total.
Yep, 13. They got 2 extra ones out of that.
And we slid from 41 to 45.
Or yeah, I'm sorry,
Yep.
I can't add.
Moved back 4
Yeah.
spots and added 2 picks.
Yeah.
All right, Alaska.
The fact that Green Bay already pulled off that trade, I think I know what Philly's pick is.
Yep, you do.
Is it DeJean?
Yes.
It's got to be. If Green Bay already traded out of their spot, it's going to be DeJean.
I know we'll never know, but like, I wonder if that was even like I wondering if that was even on Green Bay's board at all. Like if I wonder if they swiped him off their board for those injury issues or whatever, or like if they realized Philly chose him and they were like, all right, well now we can like back off.
Well, we had this conversation a whole bunch of times yesterday. You don't trade back when you have a lot of guys that you like. You trade back when there aren't a lot of guys you like.
No, I'm saying specifically Cooper DeJean.
Oh, okay.
I don't think his injuries were enough to warrant like crossing off the board or discounting him. They all were minor enough.
I agree.
It would have been enough for me to go from 25 to 41, and if he was still there at 41, then taking him.
My guess is like we could be sitting in a spot because most teams have like 20 to 25 first rounders on their board.
Right.
And we might be sitting in a spot where pick 39, pick 40, assuming this is what I think it's going to be, like could have been their last first round grade.
Yeah.
And once they learned that last first round grade is gone, screw it. We're out. Let's get some extra capital because 4 picks from now, we're going to get someone with a second round grade.
And just as like kind of a reminder what happened last year, I mean, we traded twice down in the second, and then we got Dontavian Wicks and Carl Brooks out of that trade. So that ended up working, and Jaden Reed too. So that ended up working out pretty well.
Yeah.
And there goes Cooper DeJean.
Boo!
Dang. I wanted him. Now he has to get cooked in week 1. Poor guy.
Now you're going to suck.
A poor guy.
Poor guy.
Gonna get cooked by Jaden Reed. That's tough.
In
Dang,
a foreign
man.
country.
That's a tough way to live.
In a foreign country.
Brazil, bro.
He's going to do crazy well in Philly's defense, though.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
Thank you.
All right. So
So
I know we're not picking
Green
Mets,
Bay's out.
right? But DeJean's off the board. What are you guys thinking?
That's a good pick. 2 out of 3 of the other Coopers.
Yeah.
All right, now that 41's on the clock, we can.
Two
Bam!
out of
There's
three,
been a
man.
trade. Bam! I just want to show that off.
That's a great photo.
Isn't
Don't
it?
Calm down, dude.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
so good. So good.
I love Cooper's ability to tackle too.
Well, that's been part of the reason that I've been so high on him.
Yeah.
Is in terms of secondary players, he's one of the most reliable tacklers in this draft. And like I was talking about last night, one of my biggest needs on this team is start getting dudes who can tackle. Because in the NFL, you're
I'm
not
with you.
teaching how to tackle anymore. You're not practicing
you.
how to tackle anymore.
Yep.
It's
I'm
either guys
strongly with
know
you.
how or they don't. And Green Bay has made it too much of a habit to pick guys who don't. And then we wind up with 15, 17 missed tackles a game. If they were to start picking a little bit more in the vein of like a Cooper DeJean or things like that, guys who are uber reliable in the back end, we could see some real changes to the defense that don't have anything to do with scheme.
I mean, Jake, I talked about it in almost all of my defensive players, their missed tackle percentages.
Yep. And you know, people were talking about Cedric Gray. You don't want Cedric Gray. He has a very high missed tackle percentage.
Yep.
So
That's what
he
made me
takes
lower
bad
on some of
angles
the
and
defensive tackles, too.
he tries to tackle with the shoulder, and we see that way too much. And I'm sick and tired of that, honestly.
Now,
Joseph,
Coulson,
to
on the
answer
other
your
hand,
question, the Packers got a 5th and a 6th round pick and pick 45.
Yeah, so officially the trade is 41 going to the Saints for 45, 168, and 190.
You all right, brother?
He almost had an and one. I'm trying to contain my screaming.
No, you're good.
You're like 2 seconds ahead of me, too.
What else?
I'm sorry.
190. Which
Yeah,
is
there we
goes
go.
Kool-Aid.
45. I wonder what the value adds up to on that. We can test how accurate the trade chart is.
oh,
So-
and there goes Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's
So
gone.
Now we start getting into, in my opinion, the second tier cornerback group, which is kind of interesting.
To be honest, I think that to me that means that they're kind of leaning safety.
Yeah. Still get Bullard. I'll be ecstatic if they get Bullard.
Bullard,
there hasn't-
Hicks, DTD.
Yeah,
I think-
Hicks.
I think Bullard makes a world of sense now.
Man, they're getting
Sainra
Bullard.
still.
I'm
Yeah,
freaking out.
Sainra still. That's a good point to bring up too. Sainra still would be an interesting one. I'd be excited for that too.
I think he's a really fun player. Green Bay would be like shattering their normal
Yeah.
way of drafting to grab him, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got Bill saying Goody has something brewing. He's gonna pluck somebody that nobody expects. And
Yep.
Every time.
White Goody.
Every time.
Come on.
Peter saying Goot plays it too smart.
Actually, you know what's funny is if you look at the
Sometimes
Rich Hill trade chart, it adds up exactly.
There you
Oh,
go.
wow.
I mean,
Get out.
it's kind of hard to argue with his results the last 2 years, Peter.
Yeah.
So
Captain saying Green Bay baiting Philly. They're getting extra picks. Goody never loses even when he does.
I mean, that is one thing he's got a reputation for in the draft. Yes.
That's a interesting perspective.
It
Look
is.
at the
I
other
like
side of the
that.
coin.
I like that.
God, look at this guy.
What guy?
Sorry, the guy that showed on the screen from the Texans and their fan. He had like devil horns on and stuff. I'll say some out of
Longhorns.
pocket stuff, but
Joseph saying I'm glad Kool-Aid is gone. We have enough injured cornerbacks.
I mean, that's a big worry with Kool-Aid.
I don't hate that.
is What's going on with that foot and how bad is it? It is a legit concern. He's a great cover man, but that foot is concerning.
We got Kevin Keble saying Good has no issues leaving some positions more bare to make sure others are taken advantage of in a strong part of the draft,
Yep.
like last year and safety.
Yep.
Yeah.
To that point, to
Mari
also
Lassiter.
just the opposite like perspective, the other side of that coin is that we are not going to reach just for the sake of filling a positional need. That is how you have bad drafts.
Yep.
Which, again, serves as proof of how highly they did have Jordan Morgan rated.
Right.
Agreed.
Like
Corey Lassiter, that's an interesting pick. I didn't think he'd be going in the early second round.
I'm going to be on that all day, that they had Morgan drastically higher than people expected them to. Big Papa Penguin saying, I know he may be redundant, but I want Edgerrin Cooper. I get it.
Yeah.
Like 1,000%. He's a disruptor. He's hugely athletic. His tackling is not the best. It's not the worst. But you did hit it on the head, like next to Quay. You're going to have two very, very similar linebackers, of which if you're getting the best of both of them, great. But if on any given play you get the worst of both of them, you're cooked.
Speaking of cooked, sheesh.
Oh.
Corey, the Packers got a 5th and a 6th, then they moved back 4 spots. And I just pulled up the Rich Hill trade chart. It actually, the value adds up perfectly evenly.
Then we got Kamikaze saying Chris Jenkins is probably the next Packers pick.
I'd be good with it.
Scott saying Colson could be good too.
I really like Junior Colson a lot. He slides right into that Sam role. He's the type of linebacker they just don't have right now.
Oh my God.
So, but we're getting close. What are we at right now?
43 with Arizona.
How did that
All right.
fall out?
So pick is in for Arizona at 43. I mean, other possibilities here, like Nealand probably is in the conversation right now at 45. Edgerrin Cooper. Maybe if they did want to look at interior line, maybe they like. I could see them liking Zach Frazier better than they like Jackson Powers Johnson.
I like usually Mateo.
Goody's sweet spot. He's saying something that we don't.
I think Goody just wants as many lottery tickets as he can get. And sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
Kind of been the name of the game the last few drafts.
Sometimes they're Colby Wooten.
Yep. It's going to be really interesting to see what direction they go now.
Or Carl Brooks. Those two, I love both of those two picks. Christian Haynes. I'd love Christian Haynes too. I mean, right now, Jackson Powers Johnson is still available.
My heart is pounding very fast right now.
Kamikaze, I'm not even going to try and say that name. Could be the
Suamataia.
that one. Could be the Packers next guard.
I've only ever seen projections for him at tackle. He's big. Like,
He's
a long kind of way.
He's like 330 almost.
He's a tackle.
Yeah, he's
Samoan, so he's
very much a tackle from everything I've ever read. And collegiately, he's only played left tackle and right tackle. I'm really high on him. He was the kind of tackle that I was campaigning for before the Morgan pick. So,
Justin saying 2 names I want to mention at linebacker in later rounds: Tommy Eichenberg and Omar Speights.
Eichenberg would absolutely be a Sam, just like Colson. You'd put him on the strong side of the defense and let him absorb some of those extra blockers, as well as running with tight ends. So he's probably just not quite as athletic as they look for, but Eichenberg I totally could get, yeah.
Got Joseph saying, wonder if Bulaga can say Januszewski.
Iowa.
Who's the next Iowa guy? All right. What about Christian Boyd, Northern Iowa? Do you think that would hit the same?
Tory
better
Taylor.
Not be in round 2. That's all.
Tory Taylor.
Also better not be in round 2.
Tory Taylor, Iowa.
Oh, Max Melton. Yeah, I like that, Scott.
Yeah, I like Max Melton a lot too.
Giant from the water park.
Max Melton's probably my top corner left.
I think I have TJ Tampa over him.
Sainra still is my highest corner right now.
We got Justin saying, I like Christian Boyd.
Boyd's really interesting. I mean, they brought him in for a top 30 visit. And even at his pro day, he was asked about like the Packers' involvement. And he basically just went, yeah, the Packers position coaches just ran my pro day. So, yeah, so it's believed that they've got some real interest there, but he's just not a round 2 guy yet. Like he's realistically like early day 3.
Yeah.
We got Dan saying Marshawn Nealand or Edgerrin Cooper.
Could see either one.
With those two, I would
I
take
like
Cooper.
either one. Yeah, I'd take Edge Cooper as well.
Oh, there it goes.
All right, so Cardinals is finally in.
Oh, shit. I saw the Raiders pick already.
What
Jeez.
the?
Well, yeah, because now we got to have all the alumni give their speeches and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Can't just say the pick.
Like 2 guys there. Let's chill.
I haven't seen the Arizona pick, but I'm seeing the Raiders pick already.
What?
Good Lord.
Okay.
Oh, where's all my?
Max Melton.
Okay. God
Okay.
bless it. Okay.
So, I mean, he's a little older, but I kind of like Kyrie Jackson a little bit too from Oregon. He's a tall guy, but
Yeah, but he tested rather poorly, didn't he?
he has a good rise. He has a 9.4.
Did he? What was
It
it?
might
About?
a lot of it might be his size though too.
Well, do you have his numbers there?
He's 6'4", 194. I don't have
that's
his Raz
there it
card
is.
pulled up, but
Okay, I'll try to pull it up here.
hold on, I got it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, so now the Raiders pick is in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Or don't load. Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. Yeah, he has 9.42 Raz. He had a 36.5 vertical, 11.01 broad, and a ran a 4.5 40.
I mean, all that meets. Did he do the agility numbers?
Yeah. I think. Hold on. Where'd that tab go? Oh no agility. Sorry. I misread.
Okay.
So I mean unofficial Raz.
Yeah.
We got Kamikaze saying, okay, for the O-line, I want JPJ. He can play center or guard. The run game would be cooking.
There's a lot of people that are saying he's like a center only kind of guy.
He
Yeah.
is a center only.
And I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but some teams have completely scratched him off because of concussion history, or that's the rumor anyway.
And
There he goes. All right, so if you want the
Guys,
Packers
stop
to pick
talking about
someone, I
players.
recommend not saying their name because we're on the clock. So if you want them, like, I don't know, don't curse it.
So, other thing you can count on is if there's any controversy with a player, they're going to the Raiders.
Yeah.
That's not true. T'Vondre Sweat went to the Titans, didn't he?
Yeah, but that's only
Yeah.
because the Raiders missed out on him.
All right, so Kamikaze knows, Captain Kevels knows. Scott saying Pack must be really satisfied with their corners. I just haven't really bought it when Goot's been saying it, but like Goot has been saying that they are satisfied at the cornerback position.
I mean, Goot
It's-
literally lies all the time. So,
Well, I know, but
I saw the
like-
pick, so I like it.
and it's they've got decent depth in Ballantyne.
Yeah.
They retained him. Like they are 5 deep at corner. It's maybe not the most future-proofed position though, and they could use some reinforcement.
I don't know. I literally don't know what we're doing here. I know the pick has come out, but I have no idea who it could be.
All
Yes,
right,
you do.
nobody spoil it.
Yes, no
Let me spoil it.
spoilers.
I'm guessing I haven't seen it yet. It's Edge Cooper. Guessing.
I don't know. Trying to read Tyler's poker face.
The Panthers just traded for 46.
Interesting.
Man, yeah, the trades are flying.
They are.
What
was it
someone
Joseph
said
was
5.5,
saying-
right?
Yeah, Joseph put the line at 5.5.
Yeah.
I think
Wow.
I think we beat it already, man. All right, pick us in. Come on. I'm fully plugged. All right, Kamikaze's got 2 guys in mind. Hey, Mando
is he gonna
G-Man
say
saying
Brian
he's
Bulaga,
covering.
Iowa?
Bill saying Halfling must like the secondary that he's coming into.
Yeah,
Joseph saying lots of good corners still on the board.
which is true. Yeah,
Big fan of
Bulaga,
Elijah Jones, Joseph.
Bulaga's looking trim.
Yeah, he looks good.
Kamikaze, that better not be a spoiler.
Kamikaze, don't you spoil. Oh, there it is. Edgerrin Cooper. So there is your linebacker, Edgerrin Cooper. So my take on this is, because I've been talking about like where different linebackers could go in different
Good pick.
positions. My take on this is they just don't care about like the traditional formatting of linebackers, and they're just going to trot out their guys.
I will say I think Goody came out like a week or 2 ago and said something along the line. I'm paraphrasing here. Something along the lines of like they can like interchange their linebackers as well.
Yeah.
Like they'd like them to play anywhere. So
Yes.
like what was the word you just used? Traditional.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna see a traditional 4-3 defense that people might be used to, and I'm totally okay with that.
I think I would say the I don't want to say concern, but the consideration is like for me, I don't really care where they line up. Trait wise, you are winding up with some very similar linebackers.
Yeah.
You know, I would not want to march out Quay or Edgerrin Cooper. And I do like this pick overall. I don't want to sound negative, but I don't want to trot out Quay or Edgerrin Cooper against the strong side of a defense and get them to wash. Like both of these are guys that need to have a little bit of space to use their athleticism to go get the ball carrier. And when they have that space, they can be greatly effective.
Yep.
But right now they're relying pretty solely on either McDuffie or the D line to absorb. And that's, it is a lot to ask, but it's also perfectly fine too. Like I am happy with this pick. It's just a consideration.
So Albert Breer tweeted out that Green Bay was rumored to be considering him in the first round as a potential surprise. The Packers got their tackle need filled there and now get the linebacker need addressed.
Yeah.
And they got a 5th and a 6th round pick out of it.
Yeah.
Guys, we still have 3 more picks today.
Yeah.
We got Captain Kebble saying position he did not expect, saying they did not think they'd go this spot this early.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking more like maybe later second, but still like I'm the linebackers are going to be a lot of fun with Cooper and Quay. At times they are going to be very frustrating.
Yeah.
But they are going to be extremely disruptive.
I'm glad they made this pick now because I don't like this linebacker class as a whole. So if they hadn't gotten one of the top 2 or 3 guys, I would not have been super excited about the guys later on.
Yeah, I agree.
That's true. I mean, if they would have left this round without getting one, then we would maybe be looking at like Ulo Fushio in like round 5.
Yeah.
There's a steep drop off in this class. So, all right, we got one Cooper, one accomplished.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks after Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah, like Jeremiah, kind of like Jeremiah Trotter.
Yeah, and he's like probably too small for what Green Bay likes, or you're really just adding him as another what's his name? McDuffie type player.
Yeah, I think that's a good comp.
Like Trevin Wallace, I probably would have been okay with, but other than that,
see, and to me, Trevin Wallace is another one. Like he's another Quay, Edgerrin Cooper, like all in that mold of violent disruptor who at times there's some concern about like, are they assignment sure? What's their decision making like? Are they going to actually make the play or run past the play?
Yeah.
Like they're all kind of in that same mold.
Yeah. Good tie up by the Bucs too with 1.4 left.
Bro, I don't want to hear a single bad word about Chris Middleton ever again. Ever.
That was exciting. That was exciting. This is why I love sports. I love sports so much. That was awesome.
Good pick by Carolina too.
Ever.
Brooks.
Carolina's pick. The Bucs just came back down 19 on the road.
You mute
wow. That was a good pick for the Panthers,
I wanted O-line, linebacker, 2 of 3.
There you go. There you go, Solar.
We got Jeff saying, I played some safety in high school. If Coop keeps saying I may be available.
I mean, they got to get somebody eventually.
I still like a lot of these safeties.
Well, I mean,
no safety has been taken really. Well, a traditional type safety.
Right. I mean, but there is still like Cole Bishop. There's still
Jaden Hicks.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Like, Taylor Demerson.
We're getting to that grouping, like when we're going to start seeing some of them go, and maybe 58's going to be the safety pick.
That'd be sweet.
We got Joseph saying, I know Jarian Jones was a 30 visit. Was Green also?
Renardo Green? I don't believe so. I think they only brought in Jones. Renardo, I think they met like at the combine or something like that, but he wasn't officially a 30 visit.
Hold on, I have the list right here. I don't think he was either, if I remember right.
No. Josh wondering, what's the next pick now?
58.
Yep, we got a little bit of time.
I think now we're kind of leaning safety
or running back. I think the running back guys are kind of, that little clump is coming up soon.
I mean, Edgerrin Cooper's missed tackle percentage was 12.8, so it's not crazy.
I'm sorry, say again.
Edgerrin Cooper's missed tackle percentage was 12.8, so that's not terrible. It's kind of like almost getting to the gray area, but not bad at all.
Yeah, it's I consider that for like an off-ball linebacker to be in the average area. Like it's not bad. No.
13-14 is where it starts to get high for me.
Yeah. Ideally, I'd like to see off-ball linebackers at that 8 to 10 range. Under that, and you're good.
So just for comparison, Junior Colson's was 4.7. His is super low.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why
he's about as sure of a tackler in this draft.
Right. Peyton Wilson's was also 4.7.
Yep.
Jeremiah Trotter, 16.3. Cedric Gray, 14.6. Jackson Sermons is super low, 4.2.
Okay.
James Williams is kind of like a safety, but his is 14.8. Tommy Eichenberg's is 8.7. Maris Liufau, his is 18.9.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I think Jordan McGee's was in the mid-teens.
Steel Chambers is 9.7. Jalen Ford, a guy that I like kind of in the later rounds, is 12.7. Nathaniel Watson from Mississippi State, his is 5.4. And J.D. Bertrand from Notre Dame, his is 15.5.
Okay.
So it's a little high.
To just answer a couple comments, Joseph, I see you talking about Colson. Colson didn't have a complete RAS. He didn't test.
Yep.
So it's true. He doesn't have the RAS juice that they like. He just doesn't have one.
Kamikaze saying for running back, I like B. Corum.
We could see that name sooner than later. We talked about him last night. I'm terrified how many touches he's got, and he would be shorter than ever.
Justin's wondering what your thoughts are on Blake Corum and Bucky Irving.
So I don't dislike Blake Corum, but what concerns me is, it's, you look at his numbers and like from a fantasy football perspective, it'd be like, oh my God, he had 27 touchdowns. That's amazing. He also had the best offensive line in football.
Right.
Yeah.
And he had probably 10 or 15 touchdowns from inside the 5-yard line. So it's not like he was just busting touchdowns like crazy, which I'm not saying he's a bad running back either, but I do think he was a pretty big product of his offensive line.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go with that.
I think Bucky Irving is a dual threat, though. I do like him.
Yeah.
See, I'm a little different on Bucky. I watch Bucky, and I look at him, and I say he's at his ceiling. A very successful college running back who is going to be mediocre and not really break anything in the NFL.
Right now, with only Jonathan Brooks being gone, I'm still interested in Jalen Wright.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
That's my running back one.
He was my
two.
I like Trey Benson the most. He's my number
I
one.
like Trey Benson too.
I think Trey Benson was my 3.
There we go. Got to replace There's the
There
first.
goes Newman.
Chris
As
Middleton's
far
a
as-
walking bucket right now.
Yeah, I don't
Tyler
really.
Nubbin.
Tyler Nubbin. Where's the Friends quote? You told me it was a nubbin.
I'll believe you on that one. Solar Miner laying down his gauntlet saying Peyton Wilson is the 58th pick. He's shown that he fights adversity, is a leader, and doesn't come off the field. I don't know, Solar. I like Peyton Wilson.
I'd be okay with it at 58.
I like him a lot. I would be surprised if they take Peyton Wilson.
Especially after taking Edge Cooper. I'd be surprised if they double dipped on linebacker like that this early. But I don't know.
Yeah.
We got Joseph saying Edgerrin Cooper had 8 sacks last year, if I recall. Quite high for an interior linebacker.
One thing that Edgerrin Cooper has going for him, similar to Quay, is his closing speed is great. That is one thing that the Packers have begun emphasizing in recent years compared to 5-6 years ago, is guys who, when they get close to the ball carrier or the quarterback, they can close quickly and efficiently. Devontae Wyatt is the one that stands out as like, oh, we missed the boat on that one. But like you could see the concerted effort from their picks to get those guys with elite explosion into a closing speed.
Yeah.
And
Cooper
does fit the bill.
I have
LVN
written
fits
on
that bill, too.
Edgerrin Cooper too that I really liked his play recognition.
Yeah. I get that. I think it's his decision making that at times leaves something to be desired. But I don't know. I'm very eager to see him next to Quay and just how they roll that out, because at times it's going to be lightning. It's just I am a little leery of those. It's going to be very frustrating at times too.
Jeff saying my guess would be they plan on moving Quay to Mike.
Oh wow.
Mason Smith.
Interesting.
Jaguars.
Mason Smith. He was a top 30 visit for the Packers.
Yep.
It's possible, Jeff. It's just they've been so overt in like declaring Quay as Will. But the other thing that I will say is at times last year, Quay was more successful when Devondre Campbell wasn't next to him. When Quay was actually wearing the green dot, making the calls, at times he was better than when he was like the co-pilot next to Campbell. And that's an argument for him to go play Mike instead of Will. So, yeah, it's very possible. And it could have just been subterfuge from Good to be so adamant about him playing Will.
We got Kamikaze saying, I like Trey Benson also, but I don't think the Packers will draft a running back that soon.
I could see one of their third-round picks being a running back.
Yeah.
Especially if they get a safety they like at 58.
I mean, I think the structure, if they get a safety at 58 and we walk out of this with our first 3 picks being like the number 1 linebacker, a tackle that they fell in love with, and a potential starting safety for your first 3 picks, that's kind of like needs addressed. Congrats. And then fill in spots from here on out.
Dude, Miles Turner, that's how people get hurt. Don't do
Is
that.
anyone going to make a shot? What's up?
All right, come on, Bengals.
All right, see what the Bengals are taking.
Justin saying Cole Bishop would be a nice pick at 58, but I'd also take Cooper Beebe.
I would love Cole Bishop.
I mean,
I liked him at the Senior Bowl too, actually.
If they take Cooper Beebe, just give him the right guard job right now and let Jordan Morgan learn everything this year.
Yeah, let him be your Zach Tom 2.0, and then
Play
next,
him at-
dude, could you imagine the 2025 offensive line if they did that?
Well, I mean, the thing, like, almost like they do with Tom, like, just let Morgan learn everywhere and have him be the 6th lineman. If there's an injury
play him if you
anywhere,
need him somewhere.
Morgan goes in. Just like they did with Tom. Yeah,
On board.
but they got to take Cooper Beebe for that to happen, or Christian Haynes.
Or
That would
Christian
work too.
Haynes.
I mean,
I'd
he would
be-
also
I'd be
just
very
get
okay with that
handed the
also.
starting right guard job.
Haynes is my number 1 guard.
I like Haynes a lot. I think he's just on the old side, isn't he? Like he's almost 24.
He's
Hold
got
on,
a lot of snaps on his
right
body.
here.
Yeah.
He's about to be 24.
Okay.
Justin saying 2025 O-line with BB would be fire.
Oh, yes, it would, Justin. Hell yeah.
And the Chris Jenkins goes to the Bengals.
The Jenkins dream is done.
Because they're going to trade Trey Hendricks to the Packers. So,
whew. Bold statement.
I love Trey Hendrickson. I've loved him since the 2021 playoffs.
I'm really curious to see what it's going to cost to get him in a trade. All right, so who do we got next? We got Washington again up next. And then Green Bay's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 9 picks. Can I do one of those?
All right. Let's see. Ooh, this is a good one. What are your current worries about the team that can be fixed with 1 pick?
Starting safety.
Just draft one and plug them in.
Yep. Solved with 1 pick.
It's so hard to say because like walking into this draft, there are like a lot of position groups where it's like, oh, we need a guy, but like also if we didn't draft one super high, I would be okay with the starting 5 or like starting position group. Edge Cooper kind of was like the guy that fixed, well, quote unquote, fixed the linebacker, core for me.
Yeah.
I guess RB2.
Yeah.
Cody, I would do that trade in a heartbeat.
Give me Bullard. Like just at kind of like you're saying, Tyler, like plug him in. I think he's the right level of interchangeable that they want. And probably why they wanted. There he goes. Mikey Sane is gone.
That's such a good pick.
He's their new slot for sure.
Yep. That's a slot player right there.
Ooh, Antoine Winfield Sr. That's an interesting comp for him. But yeah, I know a lot of people are really high on him. He's just so not what the Packers have ever drafted at corner.
Yeah. Am I an idiot?
There he goes.
Justin saying Bullard has a tough guy mentality too. I like it.
I could very well see Bullard here at 58. It feels like the right kind of range for him. And you just plug him in. And frankly, you know what? I'm going to keep saying it. Re-sign Rudy Ford. Like
I think that's like after the draft, if like we don't get a couple guys or a guy, then he'd be like a guy we could bring back.
Like, as far as I'm concerned, he was, because they originally got him because he was a gunner or flyer on teams, right? Like, that was supposed to be his expertise. And then he came in and he was the best playmaking person in the secondary for a while because he was the only one who could catch interceptions. Even this year, after he missed like a month, he still was leading the team in picks when he came back. Like, that is one, I don't know if he's not coming back because he wants a starting job somewhere, and he just feels like he's not going to get it guaranteed in Green Bay because Green Bay didn't give him the starting job back when he came back from injury. Yeah. They continued to trot out Jonathan Owens and his occasionally irresponsible decision-making. So, like,
Bill, I don't think they reached for Sanders, though. I don't think that's a reach.
No, I don't think so either.
Washington?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, I don't think that's a reach at 50.
Plus, I'll throw it in there too. Rudy Ford was their best tackling member of the secondary last year too.
Yeah.
So there is no reason in the world not to bring back Rudy Ford for me. So draft Bullard at 58, re-sign Ford, have him be your safety 3, and continue to train up Anthony Johnson Jr. and some other late round rookie. And there's your 5-person safety room. And safety would be great with that.
We got Justin. We need a bully, a dog, a nasty playmaker that makes the fans go, ooh.
That could be Bullard. Yeah, definitely could be. And then Kamikaze saying, I like Rudy Ford. Yes.
Yep.
Part of the Rudy Ford hive, Kamikaze. Join the club. I don't know. I don't get why he's not back yet. That one just seems so obvious to me.
there anybody on the board you're still like you're surprised is still there?
Oh yeah.
Who you got, Simon?
Adonai Mitchell still there. I feel like I'm a little higher on this guy, but Braylon Trice is still there. I'm kind of surprised.
I think his testing is causing him to drop.
I think so too.
I think Mitchell is like my clear cut, like no one's nabbed him up yet, and that's surprising.
Yeah.
I don't know. Other than that, everything kind of feels like we wound up in a place where it feels like everything's falling where it's supposed to now.
Yeah.
Scott, I see your comment about Oladapo. I
like it.
You know that, Scott. 1,000% with you. If he's their day 3 safety to bring along, because he'll be a fireball on teams immediately.
We got Joseph asking, how many spots could Goody move up using one of our round 5 picks?
They just got what 150.
168
spots.
They got 160.
So in the 5th, they've got 168 and 169. So if we were to pair that right now, like, are you saying maybe like pair it with a 3rd and jump up in the 3rd?
They could move up probably 4 or 5 spots, maybe. Probably like 4 spots.
Well, if they were to go like 88 with 168, then they could, in theory, get up to like ballpark, go from like 88 to 79-ish. That's the kind of range we're looking at right now, Joseph.
Good question from Justin. Who's your guilty pleasure pick at this point? Not necessarily a need, but someone you just want.
I like that question.
Mine's probably either Dadrian Taylor Demerson or Elijah Jones, just because like they might not be like super flashy, but they just have like stats that made me fall in love with them. And on top of Elijah Jones being from Boston College.
Zach Frazier.
Goodbye, Zach.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, that makes sense. They needed a center.
Yep.
And he's a very, very Pittsburgh pick.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
That makes all the sense.
I love Zach Frazier. He's going to be a stud.
Yeah, that feels like Pittsburgh right there.
He has a crazy wrestling background. He only lost twice in high school. And he was like a 2-time state champion of football, 4-time state champion in wrestling. He's going to be a stud. And that's definitely a Steelers pick.
And this year he like played on a partially broken leg for part of the year. Like,
yep.
Screams Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
My guilty pleasure pick at this point, I think I'd actually maybe have to even go Andrew Phillips, just because like I could see Green Bay taking him, but to reunite him with Carrington Valentine and have the trash talkiest secondary in the history of the league would be so much fun. Or even Rakestra for that same purpose. Like, give me all of the dudes who won't shut up in the secondary, and to have Jair, Valentine, McKinney, Nixon, like they're never going to shut up, and it's going to be awesome. Like McKinney's going to fit in so perfectly with Jair and Nixon and Valentine. Like, get another one and just annoy the crap out of any offense that you go against, because they're going to chirp constantly.
We got Texas Badger saying no playmakers left in the draft. I see anybody else take as a project.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah, I mean, like two running backs immediately come to mind, like Trey Benson and Jalen Wright.
Yeah.
Both of them can be home run hitters in the right setup.
Damn.
But even if you're looking for like defensive playmakers in the secondary, Hicks can be, Bullard can be. So yeah, I think maybe after we get partway through round 3, then that is going to feel better. Yeah.
Joseph saying 88 to 79 might be helpful.
Could very well be. And basically would cost you nothing since you just got that extra fifth.
Yep.
Kamikaze saying my pleasure pick is B Quorum. I keep talking about it.
You're giving away the secrets, Kamikaze there. Who you talk about is who you want.
And then we got Scott saying I'd like to see Peck get the Wisconsin center.
Bortolini.
Tomorrow.
He's pretty tall for a center, to be honest with you.
Well, and I know like the rep, and granted, I don't really watch the Badgers, is put him at guard or emergency tackle. Like I've read a lot of stuff from a lot of Badger people that don't want him to play center in the NFL or for the Packers because his snapping
because he had snap issues early in the year.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I mean, one of the highest RAS offensive linemen in the draft. He meets all of the Packers thresholds. I could very well see him being a day 3.
Dude had like
replacement.
I think it was the fastest 3-cone as a center and like the fastest, like the third fastest as an O-line ever.
Yeah.
He's a great athlete and he's really good at pulling. So I could definitely see him moving the guard.
He's definitely, for me, like a project pick. Like he'd be great as like a guy that has a lot of upside.
Well,
and you could do way worse as backups.
Yep.
I would take Bortolini and plug him in instead of Royce Newman right now. And that's with the full understanding that he's a project, but I like Bortolini's ceiling better. We've seen what Royce Newman is. We know what he is. I think he's going to get to camp on the team, but like if they were to bring in Bortolini.
And Mitchell is gone.
That's the preference. Oh, to the Colts. That's a strong pick for the Colts.
Who's the first pick? I forget.
Latu.
That's right. Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Josh Myers is 6'5".
Oh yeah, Josh Myers is pretty big. It's like 6'5", like 307, isn't he?
People.
So yeah, Bortolini is almost actually the exact same size.
That's
Peter,
right.
in round 5, he might. In round 5, he might.
Yeah. Patrick Paul was my number either 10 or 11. I think he was my number 10 tackle.
He was like my number 10.
I had him number 12. Like he just missed my list.
I suppose I could open my notebook, figure out where he actually is. There we go.
Yeah. All right. So we're at the point now. Washington is on the clock, which means
10.
Green Bay's in 6 picks. Let me take a look at the board here.
5 picks now.
Okay. Someone, I mean, he would be very redundant with Jordan Morgan in a way. They could use more than one though. Dominic Pooney is an off-brand Jordan Morgan.
He has the versatility too.
Yeah, he's just not as refined as Morgan is. Doesn't have the strengths that Morgan does. There's a reason there's like a round difference there, but Pooney is a guy that very well could play in Green Bay. Same with Brandon Coleman. He's another one if you're thinking continuing like depth O-line. Those are 2 guys that might be coming up here in round 2 that they've gotten some real round 2 talk as of late that could be Packers linemen.
Yeah. I think a lot of the guards are going to start flying off the board now too.
Whoa, that's not a pick I expected.
But I mean, like Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes.
Yeah, those guys.
We're in the range for sure.
What did I have?
Michael Hall Jr. still
not at
hanging
all
out
what I
there.
was thinking Commanders were going to do.
We are on commercials.
Edgerrin Cooper was just on some outlet, but they were talking to him. He said, when I went to go visit there, I felt a lot of energy from the coaches and love and support from them. Sometimes you just know a person is really interested in you, and that's the feeling I got. So Edgerrin Cooper is going to be super excited to be a Packer.
Good. That's awesome.
As he should.
Wait till he gets here and eats at Culver's.
They must have felt he was the right kind of jerk. That's we'll take it.
I love that.
Joey Ortiz just hit his first career home run. Nice.
I want to. Did Lassiter go? Lassiter went, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
42 Houston. Kamikaze saying Combine must have hurt Cooper Beebe only at 225 pounds on the bench. Numbers are not.
No, I think we're just kind of getting to his range now. But even in spite of that 20 reps on the bench, he still posted one of the highest RAS for linemen in this draft. And part of the reason I like him for Green Bay ultimately is he's another guy with versatility. He's taken snaps, I think, at 4 of the 5 offensive line spots.
Yep.
Versus a guy who I know a lot of people are high on in like Mason McCormick. Mason McCormick has only played guard collegiately. He's never kicked over to tackle like Cooper Beebe has. And dating all the way back through the Ted Thompson years, there's only been 4 picks that the Packers have made that are interior offensive linemen who never played tackle in college. So they like their guys to have at least played some tackle somewhere in the line. And that tells me like BB is higher up than like a Mason McCormick would be.
Yep.
We got Woo Jellyman saying,
Stop.
which defensive back do you think we will take? That's our next big need,
Bullard.
right?
For sure.
Bullard.
Bullard.
Yeah, I'm on the Bullard train.
Daydream Taylor Demerson. I'm on board with all 3 of those.
Did Max Melton go? I'm
Yeah.
sorry if I missed
Yes.
it. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep, I'm on the Bullard train.
So I I think those guys fit. Jaden Hicks, I think, fits well. Cole Bishop. Kyrie Jackson fits well. TJ Tampa fits well.
Washington's having a good draft.
I think that's kind of it for DBs in our range right now.
Cole Bishop is a guy I'd like to take in the 3rd round.
I wouldn't be mad if they took him in the 2nd, though.
I wouldn't be mad. Like I like Cole Bishop, but I don't know. 2nd round just feels a little early to me. But if the Packers like him, obviously take your guy.
Well, and I think it was, I think Jim Nagy has mentioned him as a guy that could very well go round 2.
Mm-hmm.
That he's been climbing steadily since the Senior Bowl.
I wrote some notes on him at the Senior Bowl because him and Jackson Sermon were standing out. I know I wrote some notes on Cole Bishop.
I cannot get the Raz website to load for the life of me.
I hate the Raz website.
I just look him up on Twitter. Who's
the Kent Lee Platty person?
I'll pull it up on Twitter. I wanted to take a look at Tampa.
Let me see if he posted. He didn't post a Raz score.
Yeah, he doesn't have one.
Okay.
He didn't qualify for measurements, I believe.
Ben Sinnott. Tight end.
Oh, wow.
That was the pick I didn't think.
Ooh. Oh, that's
That
fun.
is an interesting pick.
All right.
Almost 6'4", 250, pretty good size.
That's the 2nd tight end, right? I think.
Yep.
For my
what's his name?
Powers was the first one.
Powers.
Yep.
Powers. I like Sanat a lot. Damn, like smoke on that dude.
Tampa does have a Raz.
He does.
It's from his
must
pro
have
day.
a pro day.
Yeah. Okay. This is what I'm remembering now. His 40-yard dash is right on the Packers qualifying line.
Okay.
So his overall Raz is 6'3", 5.
Okay.
He came in at 6 feet tall, 189, which like
Really?
the 6 feet is good.
6'2".
189's like, I don't know, a couple cheese curds from where they like them.
Culver's, baby. Let's go.
But all of his speed stuff was poor. 4.58 40, 2.65 20-yard, 1.64 10-yard.
Interesting.
And then his agility, a 4.07 shuttle was good, and then 6.97 3-cone was okay. So I think like that might rule out Tampa.
Yeah.
This early, yeah, probably.
Yeah, like he's got the length. There's some things to really like about him, but yeah, now I'm remembering why it's it's unlikely in Green Bay.
Yeah, when I looked at it, I think he just hadn't done his pro day yet.
Yeah.
All right, we got a couple more names off the board. Pick 58's closing in. Who are we thinking? Safety is what Michael Lauer's saying. He's good with Bishop, Hicks, and Bullard. What is your opinions?
I think this is safety, and yes.
Yes, I was going to say yes.
All of the above.
Yeah, I would love any of those players.
Yeah, like my favorite's probably Bullard. He feels like the Packers would like him a whole heck of a lot. And not that they wouldn't
just
Bishop
keep
and
the
Hicks.
G going. Just switch the colors on the G.
Bro, I really think that Packers fans would love Bullard. I really do.
Yeah. So I would probably rank them, those three there. I would probably rank them from the Packers' perspective in a way that goes Bullard, Bishop, Hicks. In my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just me. Like when you asked the question before, like who's like your guilty pleasure player? Like I feel that Dadrian Taylor Demerson is like in the bottom of the tier that those three guys are in. I think he's in that.
Didn't they just take a line
like
a different lineman last
as
year?
opposed to being at the top of the next tier?
And there is a lot to be said about him. Like his range is phenomenal. He is a strong tackler. More by traditional standards, more free safety than strong safety. Which Goot said they want him to be interchangeable anyway.
Right.
But
so these are my notes on Dadrian Taylor Demerson. So I have that he's written that he could be like a center fielder and he's responsible against the run. He had 15 run stops. His missed tackle percentage was 10.2%. He allowed 57.1 completion percentage, a 65.0 passer rating, had 6 passes defensed, 4 interceptions, ran a 4.41 40, had an 8.87 relative athletic score. In 2022, he had 5 passes defensed, 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. He played 485 snaps at free safety, 202 in the slot, and 113 in the box. And he can hit. And the only cons that I had on him is that I wish that he was 3 inches taller and could cover tight ends.
Yeah.
But other than that, like Dadrian Taylor Demerson, I love him. Like if Packers picked him at 58, I'd be ecstatic. If they somehow managed to get him at 88 or they jump up in the 3rd round to pick him, I would be ecstatic.
And I bet you if he were 3 inches taller, he'd be considered
picked
early
already.
in the draft as well. Like
He'd
that
be
is one of
already.
the Yeah. All right, so Green Bay is now up. Miami's pick is in. Then we got Dallas, Tampa, and then Green Bay. So we're coming up on it. Let me ask you guys, how do you feel about Ennis
Jr. almost made
Jr.?
it, huh?
Racetrack?
Yeah.
I like his tape.
That's good.
I think he's a little lighter than Green Bay likes.
Yeah. And his
23 too. I don't know when he turns 24.
Ultimately, his testing was fairly disappointing.
Yeah, that was the other part too for me.
But he's 5'11", 183. So they'd have to make the same weight exception for him that they did Jair. And then a 4'5", 140, 2'5", 920, and 1'5", 210. So the speed numbers are still not great, but okay.
Yeah. Did I just straight up write down the wrong age for this guy? I might have.
For Rakestrom?
Oh, okay. He's only 21. He turns 22 before the season, so he's not super old. I don't know why I wrote down 23. So, my bad.
Aaron, welcome back. He said he's just tuning in, asked if you boys and girls love the Coop pick as much as me. I was going to see if I could show this up on here. John, I don't know if you want to add this to the screen, but there's a video of him getting picked.
It's cool. Yeah, it's awesome.
That
I
dude
always
like
the
hard
family
for the
ones.
Packers. He is
Patrick Hall.
thrilled to be here.
That's awesome. That's really cool. What'd you do?
I just removed him from the stage.
Oh, you're fired. Cooper DeJean still ranks above you, even though he's an Eagle.
Mm-hmm. let you control the mouse once, and look at what happens.
I hit add and then remove.
Because then it
I'm
defaulted.
gonna add and then remove you.
Good luck.
Dang.
Brett.
You won't do it.
Brett saying, did you hear what
Right? I won't.
Simon called the bluff.
we're pot committed. Did you hear what Bullard did in his combine interview process? He recalled plays from just the scoreboard, all 22. They couldn't even ask what he thought about the play before he started breaking it. That's
Love that.
That's
cool.
I didn't hear that.
That's football IQ. That's crazy.
That's cool. Oh,
Dude,
Patrick Paul's gone.
Yep. He's a Packer.
Alright.
I'm telling you.
That's really cool.
Bullard is a Packer. He's got great instincts too. I love his football instincts, man.
Yeah, that's a good fit for what. I think I'm looking a little like maybe a round or two ahead. But what do you guys think of Blake Fisher, right tackle from Notre Dame? Any interest?
Yes.
Kind of like
Honestly,
him
the way that
too.
the draft is going, like looking around ahead, like I'm hoping that Kingsley Suamataia is still going to be there.
Shit, right?
He's falling harder than I thought he would.
I thought he would have
he's
been gone like
he's
4 or
a
5
super
picks ago.
athlete.
I mean,
I
I thought Patrick Paul would have been around 40, so for him to go at 55, like
Yeah.
Suamataia could fall to 60 or later even.
Yeah, to me, it's surprising that Paul went before Suamataia.
I had him ranked that way, but like I had him close. Like
I had
Big Al,
Suamataia.
we're at Dallas is on the clock at pick 56.
And then
But
Green
he-
Bay's up at 58.
I would not even let Jerry Jones be in that room.
Brett, Bullard's DUI make him fall to the third.
Devondre Sweat's DWI didn't make him fall past the 30th pick. So
From what I recall, that was a little earlier in college, wasn't it? Like it wasn't like super recent. And Green Bay has shown like over the years that they will discount a player for a DUI if they believe it's part of a character/behavior trend or problem. They've shown before that like if they believe that a guy is really high character but has one DUI on the record, they generally don't allow that to ding unless it's part of a large trend. So I don't know if it would really discount him from Green Bay's perspective.
Big Al's wondering, are any cornerbacks available like Max Melton?
can I offer you Elijah Jones stats just because I love reading them?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so Elijah Jones is 6'1.5", 185 pounds, obviously from Boston College, so there's the familiarity with Halfley. I might be biased because I talked to him and he was really cool to talk to, but listen to these stats. It's just insane. His stats are just stupid. So he had 8 pass breakups, 5 interceptions, forced a fumble in 2023. He had 13 passes defensed and 2 interceptions in 2022. His missed tackle percentage is 9.4. He allowed a 32.5% completion percentage. His passer rating against him in coverage was 18.1. That's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
That's
I have a
insane.
decent Max Melton alternative.
I would love him as an alternative. And then for him, he had 9 run stops. He's played 2,736 career snaps, so he's experienced. And like we said with the Boston College thing, he's been familiarity with Halfley. So
Just
I
to
would
not,
love Elijah Jones.
like not to counter, I also would really like Elijah Jones. Just to point out a few things, though, I think one, the rate of catches, the few catches he did allow, how many of them went for 15 plus and 30 plus? Like that was a bit of a knock on him even last year, was that when he gave up a catch, he gave it up in style, and it was a very large play for the other team. And I know that that's still a concern translating it to the NFL, because they felt as though a lot of those big plays happened because of overhandsiness, over aggressiveness, etc.
Well, that's Halfley's defense. So you better buckle up this year.
So my alternative to Max Melton is Jarian Jones from Florida State.
Mm.
It's an ultra athletic dude, about the same size. I think
Inside outside versatility.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The Packers' son is
Wilson,
about to pick.
I really think that Goody saw the way this board is going, and that's why he traded down for the extra picks. I can't believe the value that's still out there.
Agreed.
It's a lot.
Yep.
There's
Happens
still some
every
guys
year.
left I like.
Well said, Bill.
Yeah.
Are you special? What are you doing?
Aaron's saying eventually they're going to have to trade up. They don't have roster spots for 12 to 13 guys.
Well, I don't know that, Aaron.
Some guys.
Hey, Aaron, I think they do. I think the roster right now sits at about 72 guys, and they can carry 90 through all the offseason, right? But
Yep.
even from a depth perspective, they still could take them on at the right spots. There are enough holes to plug.
Yep,
yet.
100%. I don't understand why people kept saying that. They don't have room for this guy. They'll just get rid of the veteran. They don't care. They want the best player available.
Yeah,
Whoever's
right.
going to be the best player is going to get the spot. They're going to
Yeah.
draft the best guys that they think.
Yeah. Draft competition.
Yeah.
Well, and where they are full is their starting lineups, right? Because I mean,
Yeah.
like coming into this, they basically needed a safety, a linebacker, maybe a right guard, which all three might be accomplished within 15 minutes from now. But like beyond that, though, every starting spot is basically accounted for, and I think
Yeah.
that's where a little bit of that comes from. And then even looking at it like a position like corner, of well, Valentine is your 5. How many are going to add beyond Valentine? Or defensive line, you've already got 5. So you're not walking out of this draft with 3 defensive tackles, because you've got 5. So there are certain spots that are basically at capacity already, sure, but
fair.
I don't think that's going to stop Good at all.
But also, I think they trade up in like the end of days 2 or 3 is completely possible.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to package like if they were to put together like 126 and then one of the 5ths that they got, it would put them up to like early round 4.
Yeah.
So still day 3. But like it's a way to get into round or like get into night 2 from day 3. They probably would have to do
Marshawn Nealand goes to Dallas.
Oh, interesting.
That's a good pick. That's a real good pick.
Okay.
He could feast opposite freaking Micah Parsons, man.
That makes a lot
That
of
was
sense.
another top 30 visit.
So if we're talking edge, I would throw out Austin Booker too. I like him. Bryant likes Austin Booker as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he was another top 30.
Yep.
Kevin Keble says, if you ever think the Packers don't have space for guys, remember, Goot said he wanted more picks this year if he calls.
He did at his pre-draft press conference. He said he'd love to walk out with 13, 14 picks.
Man, Nealon felt like a Packer, man, at 270, 6'4".
Yeah, he's like the size they look for on that.
Yeah.
edge.
Everything about him was edge. Yeah.
Yeah, Goot talked about it, man. He said one thing he doesn't want to do is get small. And
Yep.
when I saw Nealon's size, I was like, that sounds like he likes you, Marshawn.
That's a Packer right there.
He likes the big boys.
Yeah.
Sounds
Well, I
nice.
mean, now Dallas just got their Preston Smith opposite Micah.
They did.
That's what they
Big
did.
Al, I'm down for Jaden Hicks.
We got one more pick left.
Big Al, dude. What a name. Great name. Big Al.
Tampa's pick is in. Green Bay is on the clock. We just got to wait to see what Tampa's pick is. So
Yeah, don't worry. It's going to
Find
be
it, I'll
15
tell you.
minutes.
So we know
They're
who
going to
it is.
bring out everybody in the freaking community to say the pick. So it's
Mhm.
fun. I love this.
That's another reason why I like day 3. It's just like pick.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
so good. It's so good.
In terms of a weight, this is probably the worst night. Like in terms of just like, because teams are picking quicker,
Yeah.
but the presentation is not going quicker.
Mhm.
Jesus.
It's-
People are saying the Packers pick is in already. It's like I haven't even seen who the Buccaneers select. The Buccaneers picked Chris Braswell.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Another edge off the board.
Yep.
Okay, do not say the Packers pick. Or
I don't know who it is yet. All I see is that the pick is in.
Nobody spoil it.
Not gonna
The Packers
spoil
are on
it.
the clock.
We're warning you now.
And you can't even read my poker face now.
I'm at your house. Yes, I can.
You don't need to
Captain
tell
Kettles,
people that, Simon. Thought we were keeping that a secret.
Goody sprinted in. Yeah. Goody's been making a habit of that. Like, he's not screwing around on the clock. He's running his picks up.
Yeah,
Sure of
Justin
himself.
hoping for BB or Bishop.
Yeah.
Joseph saying Bulaga got off easy with Edgerrin Cooper. 58 will be a hard to say name.
Yeah, what'd you say, Todd? Iowa?
Yeah,
Suamataioa.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see what this is. It feels like it's got to be a safety, right? Like it feels like it has to
That's
be.
what I agree. That's what it feels like.
Or continue bolstering the O line.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean,
What's the next pick after 58?
You
88.
can't read my face.
What is it?
88. So we got a
88.
30 pick
Okay, so
layoff
we got
after
a
this
30.
one.
God dang. Okay.
Yeah, because we go from basically like 2/3 of the way through round 2 to late 3.
Yep.
So,
So
like,
we're definitely trading up here.
it wouldn't shock me. Yeah. I got a 30 pick layoff.
Yep.
Man, I don't know. It just feels like it's got to be safety. But eventually, the value on Kingsley Suamataia,
Yeah.
eventually, like he's going to fall somewhere.
It's 100% a safety. There's no way they're gonna wait another round.
I hope not.
I mean,
Kamikaze
we've been
agrees.
talking about safeties since 45, so
Yeah, they're not waiting. Please, for the love of God, if God is real, let it be Bullard. I want this so bad.
I mean, the thing, like, Bullard's probably my top, but I'm good with Bishop. I'm good with Hicks. I'm like, there's the collection of safeties right now are all appealing in kind of different ways. Or even like Tyler was talking about earlier, DTD. Like, I'm good.
I would double up.
Yep. I think it's Bullard. I think it just makes sense here.
Yeah.
Keep the G going.
Joseph saying, remember how we thought they would draft safety last year?
Yeah, look at how that turned out, Joseph.
So they just
Joseph.
added 11 of them in free
Right.
agency instead.
Joseph, again, we don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. We're all dumb, and we're just talking, okay? We're just talking. And
Hey,
speculating.
Jake, give us a little bit of credit. We got Edgerrin Cooper right.
Hey, that's fair.
I got what's his name
No
right?
spoilers.
No spoilers. Don't let anybody do it.
I'm not even going to look at the comments right now. I'm just going to watch the TV. I haven't even seen the Buccaneers
Just
pick.
look at my face.
No, we haven't even.
Look at my face. Shh.
God, I hate him right now.
Who invited this guy?
Like, why does round 2 have to take so long? What the hell are they
Dude,
doing?
they're
Not-
clearly like, why are they milking this so bad? Like, come on, dude.
Because the city of Detroit never has any nice things.
But like, I get it
God
with the
gave him
green room.
Eminem.
You
That's
guys
it.
got to walk up to the green room. This is like,
I mean,
What
they
are
got
we
Big
doing?
Sean too, but like you got Eminem and Big Sean. Like that's it.
William
Eminem.
Golston.
Oh, that's great. Now he's going to tell his life story.
Oh, here we go. He's on a
Yeah.
pick with the 57th pick.
He knows.
Chris
Chris
Braswell.
Braswell.
Oh, we didn't know that. Shocking.
I do
feel
like
like
the guys that just go
like
up there and
15
take
minutes
and they
ago
do
now.
the pick.
Right, like they know that
Yeah.
nobody cares about what their life is.
Nobody
I already
spoil
know who
it.
the Packers picked.
Who,
And they're
who
still
was it?
announcing the Buccaneers pick.
Who was it like 2 years ago? Like some Eagles fan or something. He sat there and talked for like 2 minutes, like just
Josh
crapping on the Cowboys.
Well, and
Justin
then,
said, "Forget 8 Mile. This is taking 8 hours."
and then it was like, and then it was Drew Pearson for
That's
Dallas that came out.
yeah, that's what it was. You're right. Golly,
Josh, I don't remember the last time the Red Wings won a cup. That was probably
Dude,
like
they haven't
06.
been good. It's like
Red
the 90s.
Wings won in 09, right?
97 hikes.
Josh, I don't even know if you were born in 97, guy. That's my cousin, so I don't remember when you.
Yeah, Woo Jellyman
We're-
saying, what are the chances we trade up before our next pick at 88?
In my
I wouldn't
opinion,
be-
fairly strong because we
Yeah.
got a 30 pick layoff now. Unless Scoot really wants to hoard picks,
Oh
but
my God, Blake Perkins is.
I
really
could see
good.
it.
Pick is in.
Yeah, Goot's wasting no time. The NFL is wasting time.
He knows what right? Goody knows who he wants.
Right? That's because
nice
Goody
job.
just takes a look at the board and goes, who's on top? All right, write it down. Put it in. Good.
Nice job putting the Packer logo in there, by the way. That was a nice touch. Nice touch.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of proud of that when I did it.
Right? I would be too. I don't. Hey.
That's why you invite other content creators on here so they notice.
All right, here we go.
Exactly.
Brian Balaga. What do we got?
Come on, Balaga.
I mean, technically, I invited him, so.
That's true.
I mean, we are
Balaga.
streaming through his
Balaga,
site
there
first.
we go. There we go, Jake.
Hey, there we go.
Let's go! Come on! He's a Packer. That's a great pick. Oh,
5,
man.
10.5, 198, 447. Love it.
I love that pick.
Here, let me just, I got Brugler's beast up. I had it on Bullard because I kind of had a feeling. The summary from Brugler on Bullard is a 2-year starter at Georgia. Bullard played the field safety role in head coach Kirby Smart's 3-3-5 base scheme, and he also saw reps in the box and the slot. The lowest ranked recruit in Smart's 2021 recruiting class, he played the star nickel position in 2022 before moving to safety. He didn't allow a touchdown in coverage during the 2023 season. With his swagger fitting up the run, Bullard is assignment sound as a down safety where he can quickly diagnose, drive, and make plays at the football. He has the eye balance to rapidly read routes, although his timing will need to be pristine to cover NFL receivers and tight ends. Overall, Bullard does not have the ideal size or length, but he's ultra instinctive and makes his presence felt at all 3 levels of the field. His skill set fits best as a hybrid nickel defender safety who can handle box duties, disguise his intentions, and drop into space.
Can I read my notes and stats on him?
Yeah, go for it.
So the stats that I have on him, the passer rating he allowed in coverage was 34.0, super low. He had 5 pass breakups and 2 interceptions in 2022 and 2023. In 2023, he allowed a 53.8 completion percentage, which is pretty low. Had 13 run stops. He had 7 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks in 2022, and 26 run stops. And his missed tackle percentage is 10.8, which is fine.
Yep.
I really liked him as a box / slot corner / safety, so he's got the versatility that I like.
Mm-hmm.
And then just my really only thing with him is that his size at 5'10" was a little small for safety, but it's negated if you have the football IQ.
Well,
and so I like the versatility that he likes.
It is size similar to Darnell Savage. Like Goot has shown, if you've got other traits I like, I'll go down that far at least. I saw one comment, Kamikaze, you talked about Bullard's RAS 731. That was post-combine. He actually got it up a bit after his pro day, ending with a final score of 8.25. He ran the 40.447, the 20-yard split 2.57, 10-yard split 1.51. His shuttle was 3.97, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the 3-cone at 7. So a lot of that fits exactly what the Packers are looking for at safety. And I really think that his number being only 8.25 was dragged down by the fact that he's only 5'10", which got him a 2.25 like RAS height, and then 198 for weight, which got him a 4.71 RAS weight, and that like pulled the whole thing down. But athletically, he is very gifted, and I think the pick makes a lot of sense.
It does
for Green Bay secondary. He has a lot of the versatility of DeJean that we were hoping for earlier, as long as you take outside corner kind of off the table, because DeJean could at least you could see how he could go there, but now like the nickel safety, he can absolutely do it.
Yeah. So 2 things. Tyler's going to restart real quick because he was frozen. Can I answer Joseph real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Joseph, he's a really good tackler, and the instincts just pop out at you immediately when you watch the tape. There was one play that really stuck out to me, and you can look at, the interceptions, the turnovers, you can look at all that stuff. The one play that really stuck out to me was they were playing Alabama, and he was actually the deep drop safety. He's supposed to be taking, the middle wide receiver running a deep post, and he sees that they're running an underneath route on a 3rd and medium, and he immediately books it, leaves this guy wide open because he anticipates the quarterback throwing it there, goes and makes a tackle, gets a big third down stop for the Bulldogs. And it's just like that right there sold me. I was like, yeah, dude, I want this guy. I want a guy that's going to get us a stop on a third down that's going to get me freaking jacked up, man.
Yeah. And again, like he does fit into that mold of like Jair, Valentine, McKinney, Bullard, Nixon. They're never going to shut up.
Oh, man.
They're going to be the handsiest group of D-backs who are never going to shut up, that every single team is going to hate, that we're going to love.
Oh, man. We used to have like 9 Pat Bevs on the Packers.
Like, I mean, that's going to be awesome.
I agree.
All right. We got Michael asking, which guard fits best now for us? Haynes, BB are my top two on my new wish list.
Yeah, in my opinion, BB.
Yeah. Christian Haynes is still my top list.
I have both. I mean, it was just so close for me. I would take either one and be happy.
Yep. Nick, I see your question. Like, what is Raz? I know other people explained it, but it's basically just Keith LaPlatte started a few years ago. It's basically a calculation that takes all of a guy's size measurements plus their athletic testing, and then assigns them a score 0 to 10 based on the formula. 10 being like the most perfect athlete at that position we've ever seen. 1 being they need to stop eating cheese curds and work out more.
That would be me if I was doing this.
Mine's hovering around a 0.5. Yeah. But Nick saying Walker, Cooper, McKinney, Bullard. Yeah, that's a fun quad group that they've added at defense this year. I mean, perfect for Hafley's play style too. Like they are going to be so aggressive defensively this year. Man, it's going to be exciting.
Dude, can I preface something? Because there's going to be times it's going to happen, like just acknowledging the amount of plays that they're going to play. The Packers at some points will give up some long touchdowns.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they're going to be aggressive. The fact that they haven't registered more than 5 turnovers in the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, it's been a long time since they've had double-digit turnovers.
No, they were good in 2022 or 2021. Maybe.
I feel like it's been a good while.
I think 2020 they had a decent.
They were good. They were good in the last 3 years, I believe.
I think it's just part of the nature of this scheme switch, though, because I mean that was the whole purpose of Joe Barry's defense was
right. It was
don't give up the big play. Like we don't give a crap if you can complete it for 7 yards, but we will not give up 20. And then a lot of weeks they gave up 20 anyway.
There goes Cole Bishop.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense for Buffalo without Poyer and Hyde. But Hafley, we're going to see a lot more negative plays, but we are also going to see an increase in big plays. I think you're totally right.
I don't know about you, but I don't really like my safeties being my leading tacklers. That's not really a good thing for you.
Yeah, Jake, we've talked about that.
Usually your linebackers get a lot of tackles.
Yep.
Really, if you're going to look at something, look at the missed tackle percentage. That's where it really matters.
As long as he tackles well when the opportunities come.
And at safety, you really are the last line of defense, and you're going to get a lot of open field opportunities with these guys that are just cat quick, right? Or a big giant tight end or a big giant wide receiver. So if you could tackle one-on-one, you're good with me. And is everything that I've seen from Bullard, he tackles.
Well, and you mentioned earlier that his missed tackle percentage is about 10%, right?
Yeah, it's 10.8.
10.7, I think I said.
Totally will take that for safety. A lot of safeties in the NFL hover in the 17 to 20 range. Good ones are generally 12 to 15. Xavier McKinney was best in the NFL at 4%.
Yep, I was going to say we have 2 of the best tackling combo now. We literally did a 180 with those names.
I mean, Javon Bullard was 10.8. Tyler Nubin was 9.4. Cam Kinchins was 13.7.
Makes sense.
Bernardo Green is 12.8. Kalen Bullock 13.5. Sione Vake 14.3. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, his is I didn't write his down. 10.2. Jaden Hicks 14.7. Cole Bishop 13.0. Kaitan Oladapo 12.1. So I mean, Bullard is lower than a lot of his peers.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at, I pulled up takeaways per game. The Packers were 26th in 2023.
Rough.
In 2022, they were 11th. In 2021, they were 8th.
There goes Rick Straw Jr.
Goodbye to Detroit. Oh,
Yep.
oh,
They really wanted that secondary built up.
holy crap! I mean, with Arnold and Rakestraw,
We're 25th in takeaways per game, so we need to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
Detroit's secondary might be just as annoying as ours. Like, Jesus.
All right, we got Joseph saying, wow, Packers drafted a safety who can tackle. Next thing you know, cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
It's pandemonium, Joseph.
It happens in my house. It's not funny.
Big Al asking, do you feel like the Packers should draft a running back in round 3?
Yeah.
I won't say
have
should.
to.
I'll say could.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels better. Yeah. If I would say if they're aiming to prioritize it, then we'll see around 3. If they're looking just to fill the room, then we'll see day 3.
Tyler, an Excel new deal. Google Sheets, Christopher. Get me a deal with Google Sheets. Or Amazon, because I have my Amazon Kindle Scribe. I got myself a digital notebook, so I wasn't killing trees with using regular notebooks.
I killed the trees.
I've filled up a bunch of notebooks.
No, I know. We've had that conversation too, man.
All right, we got Justin asking.
NIL deal.
Will Shipley, we talked about him a little bit last night. Really fun pass catching back. Would make a nice complement for what they have right now. Potentially even find a niche role as a third down back right away. Not necessarily like the trying to think of how to say this. Not necessarily like the purest, like most traditional running back, maybe. But would be a very fun addition to the running back room.
All right, Christopher asking, Aaron asking, Shipley or Wright?
Right.
Right. For sure.
Left.
Yeah.
I would take right. I love Shipley though. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I do not like Bucky Irving. Just gonna say that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Not a Bucky Irving guy.
Nope. Sorry, Christopher. I'm out on Bucky.
Chris, I've told you this before, dude. Bucky is overrated. Not the Wisconsin version, the Irving version.
I just think that Bucky's ceiling has been reached. I think what he was in college is what he is, and there just isn't a lot of path forward there for him to
gone.
improve. Goodbye, Roger.
Okay.
Big Al, yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Big Al. I think he's going to be starting opposite Xavier right away, barring some very unexpected addition, like if they sign Simmons next week or something that we just do not see coming at all.
Dude, that guy has a Baltimore Ravens last name. That makes a lot of sense to me.
So I've got I pulled up the UK Packers draft guide. They do a nice job every year. They put out a free draft guide. Their analysis of Bullard, I'll read it off exactly what they got here. Bullard is a slightly undersized but experienced defensive back with a great attitude and physical, aggressive mindset. Bullard has some versatility, having played both as a strong safety and as nickel corner. While he continues to be listed as a safety, Bullard is perhaps at his best as more of a slot than a true safety, similar to the Lions' Brian Branch when he was drafted out of Alabama last year. Utilizes his speed and quick feet to enable him to stay with receivers in short and intermediate patterns. Will get his hands on receivers and disrupt their routes. Plays strongly against the run, is smart, and will quickly diagnose running plays and will get up to make the tackle. Really likes to hit. Can occasionally miss or fall off a tackle when trying to put the big hit on the ball carrier. Is a team leader type who sets an example to his defensive teammates by playing with a nonstop motor, going all out on every down. Also, Bullard appears to play at his best in the biggest games. Sign me up.
You guys want to know what Luis Riddick said about the pick?
What?
Said, I'm going to tip my cap right now to GM Brian Gutekunst, Jordan Morgan, Edgerrin Cooper, and now Javon Bullard to be paired up with Xavier McKinney, an absolute heat-seeking missile.
Interesting.
Right on.
Dude,
Right
this is
on.
the best draft so far, in my opinion.
K-City just moved up 1 pick.
Mm.
They gave up, or they switched to 6th and a 5th. Swapped, excuse me. Switched.
Okay. Just some awards that Bullard's won. He was 2023 second team All SEC. And then in 2022, he was the College Football Playoff National Championship Game Defensive MVP.
And he was MVP the game before against Ohio State to get to the national championship. So he's got that going for him.
And he's only 21, turning 22 during the season.
Yep.
And Packers fans are going to love him, I promise.
That's awesome.
Jamal Charles, dude. Holy crap, I feel like a grandpa.
Ooh, Jamal Charles.
I love Jamal
I
Charles.
used to
He's a
love
fun
Jamal
player to
Charles,
watch.
dude.
Yeah.
He used to be a goat on Madden.
Yeah, he did.
He was so fast.
What was that one game? He had like 200 yards receiving and like 10 yards rushing.
fast, dude.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Good pick.
Oh, that makes all the
good
sense in the
pick.
world for Kansas City.
Yep.
It's
Good
not-
pick.
Dang,
Dang it, man. I don't like when things make sense and it's not in our favor.
right? I like it when every other team is dumb.
All right.
That's
it.
Hey, that was a
But
sneaky
that's-
good pick. San
that's-
Francisco.
Josh,
made it.
Josh, if we're talking PS2 Madden, let me throw out Clinton Portis.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Are you talking Washington or Denver, Clinton Portis?
Washington.
Hey, I'm good with either.
Christopher saying Eddie Lacy on Madden 16 was insane.
Why'd you put him at right tackle?
Come
Hit
on.
that circle button
Come
spin
on.
move all the time. Hey, you know what? I will say, from a memorabilia standpoint, for those of you interested, there's a few cards out there that Eddie Lacy signed where then he inscribed it with circle button underneath his name. And I thought that was
really?
one of the
No
coolest
way.
card. Yeah, they're all expensive as hell if you ever find
Oh,
one.
yeah.
But like it is one of the coolest inscriptions on a card I've ever seen. So
That's cool.
So
Yeah.
Tyler and I actually have an event coming up on Sunday. We have a deal, one of our sponsorships. They are a card shop, and we have an event on Sunday. So I'm going to ask if they've ever seen one of those.
they're so cool.
I gotta see one now. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, and he didn't do it on many, and they're generally like really low numbered cards, and they are
Yeah.
expensive as hell. Like we're talking $100 plus for an Eddie Lacy card.
That's wild, actually.
Yeah, but it's awesome. So
Huh.
All right, we got Joseph saying any Packers that Goody could dangle in a trade for round 3 pick or as part of a draft trade up package.
So it really,
Royce Hill.
really, really pains me to say it. Christian Watson. Like, I get that his value is probably a little bit lower because of his injury, but if there's a team that believes that if he's healthy, that he's like a prototypical wide receiver one, that would be a name I would put out there.
yeah, but I don't think Green Bay is going to do it.
I don't want to trade him, but I'm just saying to
No.
answer the question specifically.
Yeah, he's a guy who could probably net a third in a trade, but I don't see that happening at the very least.
Now, Aaron really wants to be on screen.
It only fits so many cameras.
Others that they could dangle for a third. I mean,
Great, Josh.
if they were to put Eric Stokes with a day 3 pick, they might be able to move up to 3. If some team believes in Eric Stokes returning to rookie form, Eric Stokes,
That'd be a tough sell.
yeah. But that's kind of about it. Yeah, I can't see anyone
Yeah.
else.
Unless you want to try, I would hate this, but I mean, the only like kind of aging guy that you might still be able to get some out of is like a Kenny Clark.
Yeah, I mean Kenny Clark would net that, sure, but I
have zero interest in trading him.
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm just trying to think of guys that like that we could, have some sort of value.
Yeah,
All right.
I don't see the Packers working out a player trade to make that
I agree.
super easy. Like I
All right.
don't see it on the table.
Me
We'll give
okay.
you Royce
Let me
Newman
throw
first.
out. Let me throw out one name that I could see them trading. Sean Clifford.
Not
For
yet.
what?
Because there are rumors that they're interested in drafting a backup quarterback.
Yeah, what are you
Well, yeah.
really gonna get for Clifford?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, could Vegas do worse?
No, I mean, Goot said that he wants to get back to drafting a quarterback every year, which is just straight out of the Ron Wolf school.
Right.
So,
But we're talking guys that are gonna be like day 3, like
yeah.
competing with Alex Magoo, not necessarily a
Magoo.
backup, unless they happen to fall
Simon, how
into
many
that.
times did people ask for Sean Clifford to start last year?
Oh God, don't get me started, please.
Hold on.
Please don't do that
The
to me.
We
frequency
need
of
to
asking
do an
is
IQ test on those
smart
people,
ass.
Tyler.
Time
They
for
need
another
an IQ
intervention.
You want to see a room
Haven't had one
temperature
yet.
IQ?
No, I mean, Clifford was picked for every intangible reason in the world too.
Yeah.
He is their cheerleader.
I can't believe that Aiden O'Connell went before
Yeah.
Sean Clifford.
I think if Clifford is in the preseason next year, plays a bunch, balls out, then we might be talking about this next year.
Sure.
Then some team who blew their quarterback pick might, want him, like we used to see the Packers do all the freaking time when they would trade their backups to be starters temporarily on other teams. If he balls out next preseason, then it's an option. But this early, no.
Oh, you didn't see that 37-yard pass to
Bo Melton?
Bo Melton.
That was a dot. That was a dot.
Yep. So, all right, we are in we're in the depths now. Green Bay doesn't go again until 88, which is 24 picks from now.
About to cross into
barring
the
some
third
kind of
round,
trade
though.
up. Huh?
About to cross into the third round, though.
Yep.
That's right. This is the last pick of the second round.
Getting there.
When Tyler, you looked up the timing of picks last night. When does it change in round 4? Or when does it go down again?
I think it goes down 3, right? Well, hopefully
7 minutes. Let's see. Hold on. 7 minutes to pick round 2, 5 minutes for round 3,
Okay.
5 minutes for 4, 5, and 6, and then 4 minutes for round 7.
All right, so we're gonna start moving now. There goes Renardo Green. Jerry
Good
and Jones
pick.
out there though.
I like Renardo Green.
Oh man, look at that guy. He's doing his homework. Holy crap.
No.
I like that. That's impressive.
Nice.
I like that. I respect that.
What do you guys think for the next pick? Even whether trade up, stay at 88, like what position is next?
Probably
Interior O-line.
Yeah.
If you want a straight interior guy, I don't know. It's hard to say. Running back.
Yeah, it's an option. Corner may be an option too.
Yeah, corner.
Especially if Jerry and Jones is still chilling.
Or Elijah Jones.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's going to be more of like a 4th round type. I think 3 is going to be a touch early for him.
Yeah.
Can I read you guys a funny tweet from a Bears fan?
Oh, God.
Sure.
The entire division is drafting defense to stop Caleb. Laughing.
Yeah,
face.
that's the reason
fuck,
right
dude.
there. That's the
I
reason.
say it. Oh God.
Well, yeah, it's so
Justin Fields is the
uncharacteristic
next
for
Lamar
Green Bay to pick
Jackson.
defense.
Yeah.
They're already starting.
Carolina trades their pick to the Jets.
Oh, wait, who just traded out?
Scott saying edge. Yeah, I can see that.
I see Edge.
Yeah, give me Austin Booker. Or
Edge is a little underrated.
hot take, Javon Solomon.
I see Solomon.
The Jets get 65, the Panthers get 72 and 157.
Solomon's another guy that they would have to bend on their size for. I mean, just like Booker.
Right.
Like a lot of the edges now, they got to go down a weight class to do.
Yeah, you're talking the guys in the all in the 240s.
Yep.
And they don't necessarily have the height either.
We're not getting to an edge who is the Packers' typical sizing until like Brennan Jackson, Cedric Johnson, mid-day threes.
I have a couple other guys that are going into like day 3 edge guys.
Yeah.
Eric Watts, maybe Miles Cole, Jalix Hunt.
Miles Cole, I would like as a day 3 guy.
Yeah.
Bro, they still
Brett, I don't hate Cam Hart, but if Jaden Hicks is still available or Dadrian Taylor Demerson is still available, I would take one of those two over Cam Hart.
I don't know. I just don't think they're going to go safety like again yet.
Right. Yeah, there's like we've been saying, like there's some interesting day 3 safeties that the pack. I think they go like one of the bigger safeties now.
Yeah, I mean, if they just got Bullard, like sit on it till round 5 and grab Oladapo.
Yeah, Oladapo's there. Yep. I like Bo Braid a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, Mustafa, Scott says. I can see Mustafa.
God, remember what I said during the live, guys? I called him Mufasa. I was in a Disney movie mode, and I was like, oh, God. That's embarrassing.
Dan saying the community draft looks pretty good right now.
Hey, man, we did good. There's no doubt about it. You're right. You're right.
Taylor saying Jackson from Oregon.
Yeah, Kyrie.
His first name.
Kyrie.
That's what it is.
Yep. Justin.
Reach or bust so far? Caleb Williams.
Reach, I would say Penix. I'm still surprised they did that.
Yeah.
I think it was more like the
Bo Nix at 12, maybe. Brock Bowers at 13.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy to me, too. That's a wild pick.
That one just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ricky Pearsall at 31, maybe. That one's probably only like 5 or 6 picks early.
I can see why they took him, though, because they're probably trading Ayuk, right? He went to the 4.
They're trading one of them.
Yeah, or Debo.
If I was them, I'm trading Debo over Ayuk. Ayuk is actually an X, and Debo is... He doesn't really have a role anymore. His role's kind of like, that was cute for a few years, but...
There was a report earlier today that the Niners are wanting to trade Debo more than they want to trade Ayuk, in spite of how discontented Ayuk is right now.
Well, Ayuk is better.
Ruke Ohoro at 35 is maybe a little early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kamari Lasser at 42 might be a little early.
Braylon Edwards.
Yeah. Couple comments there.
He was supposed to be him.
Yeah, he was. It worked out.
Scott saying if Colson's still available.
Oh, Junior? And 3. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like safety. Like, are they going to go with another one right away? Maybe. Like, Solar Miner would be happy. I know that.
That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, hit that up.
Malachi Corley.
Congrats to Malachi Corley. You got to catch passes for Rodgers for 1 year.
There you go. Jeff, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you, Jeff. Really, really appreciate it.
Says, this is the second year I've spent the draft with you and Claudia. It's become a thing for me now. Let's keep it going.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Thanks for being here, Jeff. We will we're gonna be here for a while. Years to come.
Jeff.
So, thank you, Jeff. Means a lot.
I can't delete that one. Let's see. If you guys, there we go. Okay, never mind. Mark saying that they've addressed the 3 biggest weaknesses. They can go anywhere from here.
I think you're spot on, Mark. Yeah. Like they've plugged the 3 maybe starting holes. Like now pick what depth you want. Who's the value? I think it's now it can be, not that they weren't already doing it, but now it can really be a little bit more best player available and just start filling in some holes.
So I think the Packers were always in a position to draft best player available, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Filling the needs that we all kind of saw, the obvious one, safety, tackle, another linebacker because we got rid of Devondre Campbell. That all makes sense to me. And surely we don't have to draft to stop Caleb. He's a Packers fan, so he's going to throw it to us anyways. So
yeah, I'm with Shirley. Like And Good actually talked about that last night. He was asked in his presser, like, is there anything to like watching the Bears load up and then you get guys to respond? And he basically just kind of went, no, like we are worried about putting the best team we can on the field, regardless of who we go against.
I love that comment, Shirley.
Exactly what we want to hear from him.
Wait, bring that back up. Sorry.
Very good.
That's a great comment, Shirley.
Mm-hmm. Right on, Shirley.
I don't know if people actually believe that when they say stuff like that.
Really
Trey
don't.
Benson. Dang.
Bye, Trey.
No,
That's smart for Arizona, though.
It is.
he's so fast for how big he is. It's illegal.
Him with James Conner's fun.
Yeah.
Look at him, bro. He's just get off me. Okay, bye. This is the end zone. That's what I do. I score.
Oh, and his stiff arms too.
Look at this.
Brett to go up to 70.
God, he's so good, dude.
Dude, monster.
That's a good pick for them.
Damn, man, he was one of my
I
favorite
love the
players.
Bears. It guarantees us 2 wins a year.
Clockwork.
3-2 dubs.
So,
Good pick.
to answer your question about trading up from 88 to 70, would math-wise, at least on the Rich Hill trade chart, would be like they'd have to give up 88 plus 126, their fourth rounder, and then chuck in one of their later day threes, like a 6 or 7. So it probably would take their earlier third, their fourth, and then a 6 or 7 to round it out. That's probably what it would take to get all the way up to 70 from 88, at least per the trade chart.
Is that the second running back taken?
Yes.
Yes.
The only other one was Brooks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where did he go again? I forget.
He went to Carolina.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them too.
Yeah. I agree.
Interesting. Also, Washington's having like a really good draft, and they had they've had a pretty good offseason overall, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're in a
also right there.
really tough division.
We got
Except for the
Kyle
Giants.
saying cornerback Decameron Richardson.
I do like him a lot as a day 3 corner.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got coverage skills for days.
I like Cam Hurd out of Notre Dame.
Did they say who was announcing the Green Bay's third round picks? Because I think Bulago is only doing
Me.
Huh? Oh, you? Oh.
Me, I'm announcing it. As soon as I see it on Twitter, I'll announce it.
Okay.
No, I only saw Balaga as well.
I did, but I thought it was only for. I might be wrong about this for round 2.
No, that's what I saw as well.
Okay.
Brandon Coleman.
There goes Coleman. Ooh. Dang, Washington.
Oh, interesting.
They're having a good draft.
Yeah, a very Packers O lineman, like one of the most in the whole draft. So, yeah. Wow.
Right, now everybody's going to try to be like the Packers. That's
What's Connie got?
Kind of just says, I hate that pick. Not
That's a good pick.
remember which one that was in reference.
Which pick?
Oh,
I like Double's question.
Who we get?
Oh. Are there
Okay.
even 5 GMs better than Goody right now, especially over the last 3 years?
I don't think so.
So round 3 is Troy Vincent.
Oh, okay. He just does it all himself. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Benson was the pick that Connie was talking about.
Can I answer Captain Kebbles?
Sure.
If you really, that was an interesting question. You got the wheels turning, man.
Only one that I want to throw out there. I want to throw the Texans GM out there.
That's a good one. But I'm just gonna say, going through trading, Devontae, trading Rodgers, dealing with all the stuff with Jordan Love, rebuilding the wide receiver room. I mean, and the drafts he's had the last couple of years, it's really tough to say he's not in the top 3. And honestly, you got to put John Lynch in there. He's a good GM. He's built
Brad Holmes is up there too.
Who?
Brad Holmes. Well, he's done it with the Lions.
Yeah.
Well, and
Has been really good.
same with Roseman from Philly.
Yep.
I mean, Roseman's work in trades is fantastic.
I'm
comfortable putting Goody top 5.
Yeah, I think Goot's in that tier.
Yeah.
Like in that top tier with 5 guys, 6 guys, whatever. But I mean, I would agree. But Goot did have a couple of years there. I mean, look at the 2020 draft. He nailed Love, which is bailing out that whole draft. But that draft was pretty bad. Like
you go look at the first round of the 2020 draft.
Well, right, but just in its entirety, like here we are sitting getting ready for the 2024 season and loves it. I think now from that draft.
Yep.
And Dillon.
I feel bad because AJ Dillon didn't pan out, and he looked good early, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, I agree.
But then 2021 wasn't a lot better. The thing for Good was even in that era, though, he still was coming out on the positive side of a lot of different trades. But the fact that he got the haul that he did for Devontae when Devontae was only going to go to one team and he still got a better return than almost any wide receiver trade we've seen in the last 3 years that was remarkable work by Good.
Well, but even outside the draft, what Goody has done has been phenomenal. Like the free agents, the Smiths, Devondre Campbell, Nixon, like guys like just a little underrated guys coming in and contributing in a big way.
We're sharing a brain.
Rick Wagner, like just plug and play like trash almost.
Hey, Rudy Ford. He brought in Rudy Ford. That was a good pickup too.
Bring him back.
Looking at 2020
comics, I want to get your guys' response. Was people seem to forget if Goot didn't ignore the O-line in the last draft after Bakhtiari's and Jenkins ACL injuries, we wouldn't be needing OL help.
Well,
here's the thing: the Packers are always going to draft offensive linemen.
Yeah.
The 1 year that they didn't was last year.
Yep. I think they had They had 6 in the 2 drafts prior, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And I really believe going into last year, like looking at Bakhtiari, 2 years ago, he played 11 games and then stopped playing because his appendix ruptured. Like those last couple misses were not because of the knee. And then he was ready for the start of training camp. Like I believe that they entered last year thinking, we have David Bakhtiari back. He played last year when he was good. Like he's going to have a modified practice schedule. No, we're never going to be 100%. But he's back and we can count on him.
I'm not mad that they didn't draft any offensive linemen in 2023 because listen to who they drafted in 2022. Sean Ryan in the 3rd, Zach Tom in the 4th, and Rasheed Walker in the 7th. He essentially drafted 2 starters, maybe a 3rd starter 2 years ago. So I'm not super mad about 2023.
Yeah. Well, and the only thing that I would point out, because I see like Kebbles has got him in a comment there with Lynch. Like you can say Goot is being bailed out by Jordan Love, but I would argue that the cojones it take to pick Jordan Love was a skill maneuver. John Lynch is getting his job saved by Brock Purdy because they did not pick Brock Purdy to be a franchise savior. And the amount that they paid to get Trey Lance just for him to be awful.
Yeah.
Like that is forever going to be a blemish on John
Lynch. The Chicago Bears would love to have one of their GMs being carried by a quarterback pick.
Right. So, yeah,
I like Mark's comment here. Can't do everything all the time.
100%.
Yeah, I agree. Bill's got a super interesting comment too.
Like he does.
My money's on Ed Policy. So, like, they're already bringing in the hiring firm. Gutekunst is a football man. He's going to stay in charge of football.
Yep.
The president of the board for the Packers is like their pseudo owner and is in charge of all business aspects. And the guy that they've been grooming for a decade for that is Ed Policy. And Ed Policy has been in charge of the Titletown development. Mark Murphy handed that project years ago and said, run with it. Basically, I think as a test, and Policy passed. And I think it's going to get handed right over to Policy unless they go with an external hire.
I'm just going to trust you because I haven't looked into it at all.
Can I answer Taylor's question? Because I have the answer to it. Taylor, the O-line class this year is leaps and bounds better than any class there ever was. This year, there was an NFL record of offensive linemen taken in the first round. 9 offensive linemen taken in the first round. The previous record was 7. I believe it was in 2008 was the last time that there was more than 7 offensive linemen taken in the first round, and this year there was 9. So absolutely, this year's O-line class is better.
Yeah.
Caden Wallace goes to the Patriots.
Bye, Caden.
We got Captain Kevel saying Chiefs are number 1 to me. They rebuilt their team 2 times or in their Super Bowls so often anyway. Goody jumps to a number 2 if they get division game this year, in my opinion.
Yeah, and what that would be Brett Leach for Kansas City. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, we didn't mention him, but when you win 3 Super Bowls in 5 years, you probably should be in the conversation.
After trading away Tyreek Hill.
I think Kansas City is kind of getting the rap that Green Bay did for a few years, right? Because even when Goody was making great moves in his first 2 years, it wasn't because of Goody that the Packers were good. It was because of Rodgers. And now, like with Kansas City, like Leach isn't thought about as this great GM because it's Mahomes. That's why they keep on winning. And it's Andy Reid and it's Kelsey. And like, it's that kind of like they forget about the front office guys when the players are playing so well.
Can I put another
Go for it.
tweet on screen?
Yeah.
Just don't let her be in charge of removing it.
Jake, nobody asked you.
Jake's coming off the screen next.
Let's go.
Quay Walker said he got his partner in crime.
Hey, you see the hashtag? Who do you get that from? Who do you get that from?
What does it say?
Put cheese on everything.
Hey, that's Rashawn.
Let's go, baby.
That's awesome.
That sounds really good right now.
If he would have put hashtag dinner for 2, I would have had some questions.
I wouldn't.
I'll allow it.
I mean, that's Bach's thing.
I got Rolf up there again. What the heck is going on?
What else we got?
All right, we got Michael asking, okay, do we need to move up to get either Haynes or Beebe? I see Coleman was just selected. Maybe Giants would want more picks. What is the cost to move up 20 picks in the 3rd round?
Expansive.
$1 million.
It is about 26 in value.
There you go.
There
So
goes
that's
Drew.
surprising.
if they did 88, 126, and
Probably a 6th.
169, they could probably do that and get like a 6th or a 7th back.
Yeah. But I mean, you're looking at giving your earlier 3rd, your 4th, and then a day 3-ish somewhere, and then maybe getting a later day 3 back. So I can't see them moving up that far. I think like we talked about earlier, what may be more likely is a move from like 88 to 79, where they give away that extra 5th that they got earlier. And that's all it would cost to go like 88 to 79-ish per the trade chart.
I could see maybe trying to go to 76 with Denver if Denver wants more picks.
Yeah.
Or even 74 with Atlanta, seeing as they just drafted a backup for a position that they didn't need right away. So they could be looking for another pick.
Yeah, Atlanta, you'd probably have to give them 88 and 126 and then get something back.
Right.
So, and I don't know.
I'm just looking strictly at the picks that, like, for teams that could be interested in moving down.
Yeah. I'd be very surprised if Goot would move on from his round 4 pick.
Oh,
They've only got one. They've only got one in round 4. And if they get rid of that, they're going to be sitting from 91 until 168 as it stands right now, which is not the Gutekunst way.
Yeah,
Scott says, I think Goot is going to stay put.
I agree.
Yeah. It's very possible.
Is there anybody that you want or feel the need to move up for? Or do you think whoever is your next pick would be available at, 88?
Right now, I'm comfortable staying put. But, like, if there's, like, a run on, say, like, offensive linemen, then I'd maybe consider trading up for Christian Haynes. Because, like, he's my number 1 guard. And we're at the 70th pick. To potentially get, like, the best guard in the class in the mid-70s, I think would be a great move. Taylor asked if we can trade our last 3rd for another 4th. I mean, they could.
Yeah, like kick it back from 91 into 4th and get an extra day 3-er. Yeah, they could do that. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the camp of like let it fall to him at this point. Like there's no one Christian Haynes would be really good. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But there's no one that I look at right now and go, gotta go get him.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, it's just there's options right now.
Yep.
No, that goes Andrew Phillips. And I think I wouldn't be shocked at all if this is going to be a corner coming up in 3.
Moved him over.
I don't know. I mean, we still got 18 picks to go. The board is going to look a lot different in 18 picks. So, Jeff saying this point of the draft is above my pay grade. We're getting into the nitty gritty, Jeff.
Hey, Javon
I'll tell you
Bullard's
though.
quote. Javon Bullard quote, we're going to bring a Lombardi back to Green Bay.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
like that. Like that. But, like you and I were talking, Simon, yesterday, like day 3 is just fun. Like when you get into the lottery tickets, the super detailed guys, like dealing with the 47th corner on the board. Like,
You know what
that's
I like
moving.
about day
That's
3
fun.
is where you get guys from like smaller schools that just have insane stats.
Yeah.
It's like,
This
what?
is,
That guy had 69 sacks last year? How did he pull
Right.
that off?
Trucker
Nice.
Johnson ran for 47,000 yards.
Yeah.
It's the new FIBA League 5 record. Like, okay, cool.
That running back had 72 touchdowns? How did he do that? Oh, he played at Eastern Carolina. That's how.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is a cool part of day 3 for sure.
That game.
We got Taylor saying, I'm set staying put, but I would like to somehow get another 4th.
If they were to get another 4th, it would offer them a lot more flexibility.
Isaiah
For
Adams,
sure.
Arizona.
Because that's like looking over the whole draft, that's kind of a gap right now, is going from 91,
I love Isaiah.
126, and then 168. Like
He would have been a good
it's
pick.
spaced out here.
Damn. Javon Bullard. Another quote from Javon Bullard. I'm one of those players that's literally willing to do anything. I'll pour water in your cup if you want me to, man.
It's a good attitude.
Well, and Jordan Morgan last night, his big quote was, I don't care where they put me. Tackle, guard, I want to help this team win.
Bro, he said, I want to help this team win. I said, I love you.
They are picking that type for sure.
Yeah, they're picking character guys too.
Yep.
Love that. Love that. Jake,
Yep.
what do I keep saying about being in small markets?
The fans matter, man. And it's
People are
so true.
intangibles.
Yeah,
So true.
because they're part of the community in Green Bay.
Exactly.
Well, what
I
do
would
you
just
think
like
about
wish
when
they
you
were Haynes or BB, then Wright, Booker, Jones, Bortolini. Sounds like a type of pasta.
Probably is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that list.
Yeah.
Tyler,
I'm
I will
good
say,
with
I really liked what you said in the stream earlier, and I appreciate you pointing that out. But like Bach last night, wishing well to Jordan
Yep.
Morgan after the pick last night, and Bach telling him, like, do the community proud, carry the G, like, be a part of the organization. I love seeing former players speak like that and wish well. And it's not like Bakhtiari retired. Like, dude's a free agent who got cut by Green Bay and is still passing on things like that.
Yep.
It's
Class.
love to see that kind of thing. That's
Class.
community. So
Got Captain Kibble saying, apparently LaFleur has his arm in a sling tonight. Last night, he didn't. I checked. Goody must have earth-shattering high fives.
Or Matt LaFleur is doing too many of these. Like,
Right.
right.
Pull the muscle.
But on a serious note, I did notice that. Like last night, he was not in a sling. He was just chilling. And then I did see like a couple tweets earlier about what did he do. So, yeah, I guess if the team is injury prone, LaFleur's just trying to fit in. So can't really blame him much.
He's trying to check out this new health staff that he just hired.
And like, dude's handsome, but he's getting old. Let's get real. Like, torn Achilles, things are getting tighter. Still trying to be a young man with his eyebrows. He could only beat age for so long.
He's not that old, is he? Like in his 40s?
Yeah, like
I don't know. He's got salt and pepper. So.
he's still aging.
Yeah.
He's got a stressful job.
Yeah.
I have
Oh, he's 44. He's not.
Am I
Jake,
old?
that's-
Tyler,
Huh?
shut up. Tyler, shut up. Tyler, shut up.
This is an intervention.
I'm not going to allow you to answer that.
Just saying, we're coming to a lot of truths the last couple of days.
Oh, man. Maybe this really is an intervention I needed.
Intervention day 2.
Right?
One is not enough. All right, we got Richard saying my favorite time is after the draft.
Yes.
Diamond in the rough.
Oh, UDFA time. Mhm.
Yeah, I love reading the incoming UDFA's too.
Right.
Sign like 12 guys to undrafted free agent deals and never hear the names of 11 of them.
Yeah, right. And just the total flurry of like Schefter's phone burning itself alive because he's tweeting so much. Like, I love seeing that.
Aaron's saying won't catch Campbell saying that about Green Bay, but he's underutilized.
I mean, I think it was less about the organization itself and more about the coaching staff and how he was utilized.
People, not the community.
Well, he did say that like he maintains in his tweet flurry like that Green Bay is still the best organization he ever played for.
Yeah.
All of his angst was directed.
He definitely put that like because people were like, oh, like he's trashing Green Bay's organization, and he was very quick to come back on that and shoot that down.
Yeah. It really looked as though his angst was directed at Joe Barry and his position coach, Kirk Olivadotti.
Yeah.
And I get some of the gripes. Sure. Like the thing with me and the whole Devondre Campbell situation that I talked about like right after it happened was he was talking about how like he was put out of position a lot. They didn't have him doing the same things that he did in his all-pro year. But the thing that got me and the thing that I will always default back to on the defensive side of the ball is like, okay, I appreciate that. You were not put in as successful of a position as you were. Your missed tackle rate also went from 2% to 10%. Maybe bring it back down to 2% and then talk about like, it's not just that you were put out of position. It's that you did actively get worse as well.
Yeah.
And that's what we never saw from him was that kind of accountability of saying like, yes, I acknowledge I was put in the wrong spot, or I acknowledge that I'm not as fast as I was 2 years ago because of injuries or whatever. But then they also did this to me. It was the thing that bugged me about it was just so directed at the organization or the coaching staff.
I think that was like the part that got it for me is I don't like blasting stuff on social media anyways, just in general. And that I think that's kind of what irked me about it the most. But like, I'm all for players putting their thoughts and stuff out there. Like, have a personality if you want.
Yeah. No, John, I love what you said, man. Accountability is my favorite word in life. I grill my son with the word accountability. You know, every time he talks about, oh, this happened, I'm like, well, what did you do? How did you handle the situation? Because that's real life, right? And, you know, we like to take sports, we love sports, and we like to correlate it to
sports.
Real life.
We don't care who knows.
Yeah, that's true. But we also like to correlate it to real life, you know, and that's real life accountability. And I love that you said that, honestly. I respect you a lot more now.
So, Jake, I know you'll like this quote too from Javon Bullard. This is a little more attitude, but Javon Bullard was asked how many spots in the secondary he thinks he can play. He said, I don't think, I know I can play all three positions in the secondary.
I'm telling you, we got a dog. We got a dog. Woo!
You know, in terms of like offseason quotes to be with Bullard's running mate, when McKinney was first signed and he was asked about like you last year you had 7 missed tackles. You know, like some reporter asked him something along the lines of like last year you had 7 missed tackles. How did you achieve that number?
BB.
Bye, BB. And McKinney's answer was basically like,
Panthers.
Yeah, I had 6 or 7. Now I got to get it down to 2 or 3. And I was like, oh, pitter patter, my friend. Like
pitter patter.
Let's get at it.
I like this.
Pitter patter. Oh man, are we gonna start pulling out the great words now? That was so good.
We're getting later into the evening. The vocabulary is getting looser.
All right, we got Justin saying, won a Campbell signed full-size helmet, and he left 2 weeks later. That's really bad luck.
Yeah, that's rough. Hey, if you want a bobblehead to go with it, they're on sale for $9.97 at the Packers Pro Shop. They've been there on that price for a couple months now. Just throwing it out there.
Justin said 11 puppers. Hell yeah.
Scott asking,
guy a
why
puppers.
did the Pack pass on DeJean and Kool-Aid?
I mean,
Simply put, in my opinion, they had Morgan at a higher grade.
Yep.
And
What about in later picks?
Same.
Well, I mean, Cooper, they didn't get a chance at in round 2 unless they would have traded up because Philly jumped him for him. I think if Cooper were there at 41, it still is entirely possible that they would have taken Cooper.
Yeah.
But in terms of like in round one, I think it's because they viewed DeJean as a safety and they didn't want to pick that in round one. I think they probably had a higher grade on Morgan. And with Kool-Aid, I wouldn't be shocked at all if they brought him in for that top 30 and then they didn't like what his medical results said to them on that top 30 visit.
Yeah.
Andre Rison.
He's a genius, allegedly.
So.
Allegedly. Connie said, "Oh no, another linebacker going." I thought he was a Packer type. Connie, the Packers got their linebacker already.
Yeah,
he was a Packers type though. I think he was fitting really well.
Yeah.
Packers got their linebacker already though.
Yeah, I think they will get another one in this draft. I just don't think it's going to be as early as this.
No, late round target. Keep an eye on Jalen Ford.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked either. I mean, just looking at future projections of the position, I would not be shocked if McDuffie winds up into an extension. They love McDuffie.
I like McDuffie too.
And he's ascended. And I would not be shocked if they talked extension with him.
Yeah. I'm down. We liked him as a fill-in for Campbell last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did some great stuff.
Taylor Wallace just went for the Cowboys.
Yep.
Kevin Cobble saying, starting to bet now. By week 4, Preston is in coverage at least once due to offensive movement. I shall be there to see the Twitter reactions.
I've wondered out loud if Preston were to play a little bit of Sam when they do go to a base 4-3. It's unlikely, but it's possible. I'm open to it.
Honestly, he wasn't that bad in coverage. He just got lined up on a couple of guys that he should not have been lined up across from.
I think the only one people really remember is being lined up on Devontae Adams for a play.
Right.
And that's literally what teams are trying to do. They're trying to be like, how can we get a defensive alignment where they're like, oh shit, that should not be happening, and trying to get him to burn a timeout.
Yep. Well,
the Packers, that's what they're trying to do all the time.
I mean, when he was zoned up against tight ends and stuff, Preston was not bad.
He's okay.
Doing that
coverage. How the hell did he clamp in the red zone?
Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
I remember I was like, lockdown corner, baby. Let's go.
Cornerback 1, Jair, go to the bench.
That was so funny, the tweets that came out right after that play happened.
Oh, it was so funny.
Connor asked, when do you think Love gets his extension? And if you had to guess how long and how much? He's eligible May
3rd.
5th? May 3rd?
You have to wait a year after an extension.
Yeah. I think it's going to be mid-May. Like, they've already talked. And the 1 year day is going to pass, and then we'll go a couple more days.
Yeah.
And then it'll be a week after that date that they ink it. It's coming soon.
What do you think for numbers?
I mean, his agent is David Miguleta, who is known for he's not going to let a dollar left on the table.
What do you think about 5 for $250?
I think that's reasonable. I think it's going to be around there. I don't know about 5.
I was going to say 4 for 200.
That's because I think his agent's going to try to line him up to get one more contract at 29.
Sure.
In which case, then you're looking at a 4-year deal. And so I could see something 4 years, 2 with 110 guaranteed. Something just over half guaranteed, because the Packers hate going above that.
Yeah.
And then they'll soup it up with a bunch of workout incentives and stuff to get that guaranteed number a little inflated.
And the thing to remember is I know people are going to freak out. They're going to be like, oh my God, he had half of a good year. How are you paying him that much already?
They're already doing that.
We really, really, really need to keep in mind, and I know we had this conversation on Wisco Fanatics last summer, that the NFL cap is going to explode.
Yep.
My thing that I had researched into is that the NFL salary cap could hit $400 million by 2027. and it's still on pace to be able to reach that.
Yeah.
And the other thing,
so a $50 million quarterback contract isn't going to be crazy 3 years from now.
Well, it's already not crazy. I mean, it's not like he's going to sign for $50 million a year and then be in the top 3 of quarterbacks. They're going to pay what a starting quarterback costs.
Unless you're Baker Mayfield, but he's obviously later in his career, so he's kind of different.
Right. But I mean, like the Daniel Jones thing did skew quarterback salaries a bit, but they've been ascending anyway. And $50 million is for a 25-year-old quarterback who is coming off of a 9-game stretch where he had 21 touchdowns versus 2 picks. Like, that ceiling alone is going to get you $50 million.
The other thing too are people are like, oh, let him play out his year this year because he's technically under contract, and it's like, why would you want the contract to be more expensive next year?
My thing is if we talk
or
about
let him test free agency.
Savings, we talked about the little bit of savings that they're getting when Devondre Campbell comes off the books. Like, if you can front load a quarterback contract, that's only going to make it easier to keep guys like all of the guys in the wide receiver room, the guys that they picked last year, guys like Zach Tom. That's only going to make those things easier 3, 4, 5 years from now if you have your quarterback making fewer millions as his deal goes on, as opposed to going up and up and up and then having to constantly restructure.
There you go, Tyler.
Yeah, Amagaji gone
to the Bears.
I love that for them. I love that for us. I'm not super high on Omega G. I'm glad they picked him. That's the offensive lineman they got, so I hope that does not solve any of their problems.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You want to catch up on comments?
Yeah. All right. Captain Kevel saying, so to remake a bet we had last year, John, does J-Love have more rushing touchdowns than interceptions?
I know I said interceptions last year.
Can I offer a thought?
Yeah.
I think it'll still be interceptions this year, but the gap will be closer.
I can get with that.
Because I think he had 11 and 4 last year. Interceptions by rushing touchdowns.
I could see it being more like 9-8 this year.
I was thinking 8-6.
Yeah.
30
visit. So I'm still going to go picks, Gavels.
Ken Kevel's also saying Jordan Love is not as bad as people remember either. A lot of his interceptions were Watson not fighting for the ball, and you are screwed no matter what passes at the end of the game, versus the Steelers.
And the Raiders. The Raiders game was similar as well, where he was just trying to chuck balls up to make plays at the end of games. Yep. The Broncos game was the same thing. Right before his interception that he threw on 3rd and 20, there was a holding penalty. So then they were at 3rd and 20, and then he tried to chuck a ball that got intercepted.
And they were playing back on the goal line, so he literally just had to throw the ball. So I mean,
who is this guy? Shut up.
Tony Scheffler, apparently.
Dude, that guy. I'm gonna mute myself to say what I want to say.
Okay.
So that's how I feel about him, because he was the first dude that was reporting that Aaron Rodgers to Denver was 100% done deal.
Okay.
And they picked
it was Ellis. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. We got Michael saying, name one current Packer player on the roster you want gone. I'll go first. Newman. Do you have any trade value?
You took Newman from me, and no. Newman is also the 5th highest cap hit on the Packers offense right now, which is so messed up.
Is that true?
Yeah, because he hit some escalators from playing time earlier in his career, so his cap number is now $3 million, which, given their offense is basically all on rookie deals, he's the 5th highest cap number right now. It's messed up, but that would be my answer. I don't know. I don't really want to wish anyone gone. There's a few I wish would get better, but
that's kind of where I'm at with a lot of players.
it is for me personally. It's very rare for me to look at a player and be like, "I despise you. Please leave."
My thing with players is that I would rather look at how they can hit their ceiling than to try to analyze how close they are to their floor.
Yeah.
Tyler, you see who's in the comments, bro?
Steve, I don't like the offensive lineman you just drafted.
So
Steve gonna start talking slick. Here we go. Here we go.
I guess the way that I think it could be phrased is, who would you want to see replaced with someone better? Because that's kind of like the name of the game with the draft.
Oh,
and like
Justin's asking the question that I asked way earlier too.
I would say my take on that.
Just saying, let's go Bears.
Is I would say Keyshawn Nixon.
Yeah,
like he is like, at least of the starters. I wish Green Bay over the last 2 years would have handled that position differently than they have.
That's a fair point.
Taylor, Steve is a Bears fan.
I think the other thing too is like this team's so young that it's hard to see a player that Green Bay has just kept in the position so long because they're like forced to, other than them being like pretty young.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of guys are still finding their ceilings.
Yep.
Even on the defensive side of the ball.
So I'm going to say this. This is not me saying that I want this guy caught or I don't like him or I hate him. But to strictly answer the question, one I would say is A.J. Dillon.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like I've said, I've come back to the running back thing. It's just I really want a RB2 who can be really good in short yardage. That's my only gripe with A.J. Dillon.
Yeah, we're coming up on our pick pretty quick.
So
yeah, 10 more to go.
10 picks.
The thing I said about a running back is, for the last couple of years, we've had a thunder and lightning, and that's been a thing for like 15 years in the NFL. I want a guy that when our starter goes off the field, we don't have to change the offense for the backup. Like, I'm sick and tired of that. You had to run different plays. You had to run different personnels with A.J. Dillon because you couldn't run them outside on stretch runs, right?
Yeah.
So I just want a guy that can do it all. Like, give me the best package for a guy that can catch the ball, a guy that can block on third down, a guy that can run powers, run stretches. Like, I don't want to have to change the offense for that, because look at how it worked for the wide receivers in the tight end room, right? We don't really have to change it for the wide receivers and tight ends.
What do you think about Bucky Irving then?
I think that he is overrated, but he did catch a lot of footballs. I will say that.
Steve, come on, man. 11 games, really?
What happened? Steve. Oh, he's predicting the Bears.
I think you better start worrying more about what color nail polish your quarterback's wearing before talking about 11 wins. That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right, let's go with Scott's question. I don't give a crap about the Bears at all.
Yeah.
Scott.
What grade do you give Goot on the draft so far?
A-?
B+ is what I was thinking. Not quite willing to go to A yet, because I think it's a very, very strong, very, very good draft, but I'm not like, it feels close to expected, not like a holy crap, he maneuvered around and dominated the board. So
I like the fact that we were still able to address needs and pick up 2 extra picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's good rationale.
I don't know. I like. Yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, I think the boards fell in our favor on guys that fill need and also are like top tier picks, in our opinion, of course. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not very good with like grade stuff, especially going like into the draft and stuff.
I mean, we're trying to.
I really like.
Years into the future on the day of these guys are being good.
But yeah, so I'll just say I really like what the Packers have done and what Goot's done so far.
Can I throw something else out there too on the post picks? The characters that we've gotten so far, that I really love. Seeing the way that Edgerrin Cooper, Jordan Morgan, and Javon Bullard have reacted to being picked by the Packers, I love that.
Yeah.
Yep, I can totally agree with that.
All right, let's go with Connie here saying, who are y'all hoping to see Green Bay with 88?
We got a while to go, but I'm still really hoping that Christian Haynes makes it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even care if they double dipped and grabbed Jaden Hicks here. I really wouldn't.
That was kind of the answer I was getting to, actually. Because then I don't think they're going to do it, but the versatility that you can get then with Bullard can just straight up go play nickel.
Yeah.
Or by adding a box safety like Hicks, I can get with that.
I like Dominic Puny a little bit, Christian Haynes.
Or Christian Mahogany.
Yeah, Mahogany was another guy I was taking a look at. One of the Jalen Wright would be fine with me. I don't think this is going to happen, and I know people would lose their shit, but I think Johnny Wilson would be hilarious.
Yes.
I think it'd be funny, and
he's probably the top wide receiver for me.
Yeah, he's like a really cool wide receiver to watch.
Well, I mean, he's 6'7", 235 pounds. He's like if Alan Lazard knew how to play wide receiver.
Yeah. I like
Packers could use that.
Hey, Alan Lazard was a 99 overall if all you had to do is throw him slants where he could fall down past the first down marker.
Mm-hmm.
Big down driver.
Wilson could do more. But that's what I look at when I see Wilson. The
Kalen
physicality,
Bullock,
the great run blocking, the size. I wouldn't mind it at all.
Yeah,
He's probably
TJ Tampa is still out there.
Yeah, TJ Tampa's still out there.
Justin bringing up the question again that I love. It's an emphatic yes, I think, from all of us.
I would love it at this point. I think we could get a pretty massive discount for him too at this point.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think they will, but I wouldn't mind it.
In a similar train of thought, after the Love extension, who is the next player to get extended?
Well, I'd have to look at contracts.
Who was in the 2020 draft or 2021 draft? Excuse me.
Zach Tom.
Yeah.
Well, Tom's got 2 years left on his
Yeah,
deal.
he still got 2.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of who else would they extend after that. Team is so young.
I think McDuffie. He's coming into the last year of his
That's a good
deal.
one. McDuffie's a good one.
Jeff saying Clark.
Kenny Clark.
Oh yeah, he's gonna need an extension too.
Yep, because he's coming into the last year of his deal, and like I said earlier, supposedly they've talked about it.
Let's just extend Xavier McKinney while we're at it.
I think Eric Stokes could be interesting depending on how he plays this year.
Well, I could see Stokes. There's no way they're going to pick up his 5th-year option,
right?
But
he'd have to play out of his mind this year.
I could see some kind of Jordan Love deal.
Taylor, they did Gary last year.
We're not going to give you your 5th-year option, but we're going to sign you to a 1-year extension at significantly less than the 5th-year option with some escalators. I could see Stokes doing that.
Yeah. Yep. Taylor, they took care of him last year.
Bro, we're still paying Sammy Watkins?
Probably from
Are
Void
we?
years.
Yeah, they added
He's
Void
on
years?
here for $1.8 million.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he had Voyage years attached. So we're probably coming up on the end of that.
Packers legend.
What a
Okay,
freaking joke. dude.
that's the first guy that I've seen that I'm just hold on. Am I dumb?
Man, we were talking
I
about
just-
players we don't like, man. He's pretty high on the list.
Whew, dude's got nice handwriting with that notebook too.
So, John, I don't know if you know this story, but I kind of don't like John Kuhn. Not because of John Kuhn, but because of the fans, really. But I used to hate when it was third and 5, right? And they would run John Kuhn up the middle. And we're going to punt afterwards. But the whole stadium's going, Kuhn! I'm like, you are all idiots. We have to punt the ball. You're all dumb.
Tradition. It's tradition.
I mean, that's not really John Kuhn's fault.
I know, but
That's
it made
true.
me hate
That's
John
true.
Kuhn because I'm like, stop being on the team. They want to give you the ball. I used to hate that so much.
Justin saying, if Watson plays less than 10 games this year, do we all agree he's gone?
I would
As
have to
in
see
not
injury.
signing an extension, yeah. As in he's probably going to be on the team the year after because this is year 3. He'll probably be on the team again, but I don't think there's a way that he gets an extension.
Okay, but we have to see how he gets hurt. What if it's an unlucky situation? He breaks his
That's
leg.
true too.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to see how he gets hurt. It brings up the Chris Middleton thing in basketball. Like he
That
landed
TJ
on
Lose Your
foot and
Mama?
got hurt.
Yeah,
Jermaine Burton's gone. He was a top 30 visit for the Packers.
yeah, that's a good pick too. I like Jermaine Burton.
Have they picked any of their top 30 visits?
Edgerrin Cooper.
He was the
Cooper
top
was
30?
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bullard and Morgan were not. So yeah, just Cooper.
I saw a thing that they don't draft a lot of their top 30 visits.
No, they do.
Oh, they do.
The last 2 years they have. The last 2 years they've picked
2021. I don't think they picked anyone.
Okay.
right, but the last 2 years they've gotten 10 of the 60 that
Oh,
have wound up on the Packers.
that's a pretty good rate.
And then if you include guys that they actually picked up as like UDFAs or signed as free agents thereafter, it moves up to like 16 out of 60.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because like Ben Sims was a top 30 visit, and technically he went to the Vikings first, but now he's with us.
Said
Yeah, that's
Brenton Cox was a top 30, wasn't he?
Yes, I think I'm pretty sure.
I thought so.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, because he was like one of those guys where you want to figure out his character.
Yeah.
We got Joseph saying, besides wide receiver Johnny Wilson, tight end Jatavian Sanders at 88 would cause chaos in Packer Nation.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised by that pick.
He's like a really bad blocker, I think.
Well, he's a receiving tight end, and Green Bay's already they're good to go in that regard with Musgrave. Like I was saying, like I think if they go tight end, it's going to have to be someone who can fill into that H-back role, someone that they don't have right now.
And
somebody to
teams.
take Josiah DeGuara's place, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
We got Captain Kevel saying, Bo Melton and Sims, Goody having someone else draft them, then steals them.
He just kind of sits back and just waits.
Yeah, but people will be like, "Oh, but he also drafted this guy, and that guy that sucked." But we'll ignore things like Bo Melton and Ben Sims.
Yeah.
Oh
Love
no,
you, Bo.
such a vibe.
Dog.
I love how pumped he gets after he catches the ball. That's my
He
favorite.
just loves being there.
Yeah.
Like, dude, he's a vibe. That's all I'm saying, man.
He's like Andrew Monasterio. Exactly how I feel about him. Like Jake, last summer when Andrew Monasterio came up, and I noticed that he's just smiling all the time because he's just happy to be here.
I like that.
That's how I feel about Bo Melton.
I'm with it.
Connie asking your thoughts on the cornerback Kareem Jackson.
No. I say that from the standpoint of I'm assuming you're talking about the vet.
I think.
Unless you're. Oh, I see Joseph's comment about Kyrie Jackson.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if he meant Kyrie Jackson.
Okay, Connie, if you meant Kyrie, okay. If you meant Kareem, no. Kareem is the guy who's been suspended for dirty hits consistently.
Yeah. That's the dude from Denver.
Yeah.
Hard no on Kareem Jackson. Kyrie, I could be talking to that one. I'm not as high as I think other guys here are.
I'm not super high on him, but I would like it if
I'd rather pick him tomorrow.
I think he'd be interesting.
Taylor, yes, it would be 4 tight ends on the roster, but it would be one of them is kind of like a tight end / fullback. I guess is kind of the way that it would be.
That's why if they take a tight end, I think it's going to be later in the 6th, 7th round to
right.
Battle
and
out Tyler Davis.
At that point, I think it's going to be a player that you're going to have in there to challenge or to compete with
Tyler Davis.
No, not Tyler Davis.
Sims.
No.
Yeah, I agree, Tyler.
Oh my God, the practice squad guy who came up at the end of the year,
Henry Pearson.
Henry Pearson, that's what it is.
No.
Yeah, he's a little.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, gotcha.
I kept wanting to say Ricky Pearsall, but I'm like, that's not who I'm thinking of.
Well, the thing with the Packers tight end room, it wouldn't shock me if they don't take any and then try Tyler Davis at H-back
Yep, I agree.
Because they are still very high on Tyler Davis. And I mean, we shouldn't forget how incredibly valuable Bisaccia loved him on special teams.
We've been very vocal on that on our show about Tyler Davis's impact on special teams.
I mean, if you go back all the way through Bisaccia's special teams career, the decades back now, almost every single year, he's got a tight end in the top 3 of his total special team snaps.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy was Tyler Davis. And I think he's become forgotten since the ACL tear, but the fact that they re-signed him, that tight end room might already be done.
Yep,
Yeah.
I can see it.
I liked I felt bad that he tore his ACL last year.
Oh, dude.
Because it felt like they had a role for him.
Yeah.
Like they were hyping him up. He was the team's guy. They talked about the special things he was going to do in offense. Like he had a role.
Yeah.
And then it happens. Yeah, that sucks.
There goes Haynes.
Bye, Haynes.
Bye, Haynes.
It's a good pick.
I agree, Janelle. I agree.
Have a good night, Bill. Thanks for all the comments.
Yep. Have a great night.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Janelle saying Tip Ryman would be a good tight end on day 3. Great blocker that can play inline or H-back.
Agree 1,000%, Janelle. That's why I've been talking about him so much. I would love to see him.
Janelle
and he would totally fit. Like he would fit the character guys that they're going for right now.
There's some guys left.
What's Captain Kebble's there? Melton posted.
Before deleting about how sad he was not playing before his breakout game. He posted a picture of the field and said, "I got to be out here soon, man, or I don't know what I'll do." And then he did.
Yeah. It is kind of a bummer he's not going to get to play with his brother. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
He can just cook his brother.
I like that. That's better.
Did I? Yeah.
All right, we're on 82. Green Bay's still sitting at 88. We got about 5 picks to go before Green Bay's up.
Connie says, "I dislike Seattle even more."
Pete Carroll's not even there anymore. They're still,
Mike
Man,
McDonald.
Seattle's having a really good draft because I like the Christian Haynes pick and I love the Byron Murphy pick.
Sorry, Janelle, you're not going to like this.
Wow, that's early for Tip.
Wow.
Okay, bye, Tip.
Okay. That was. Remember, guys, don't talk
stop
about
talking about players you like.
Right? Yes.
I-
Say the name.
I hate every single prospect left.
I think we had that last year.
We did.
Of every time that we said somebody, they got
picked.
And then we just
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I got to look at the board for the players I don't like and start hyping them up.
Yeah.
Right.
Right?
All right. Bye, Tip.
Kieran Omegaji already got picked, so I got that going for me.
It was fun while it lasted. Damn, he was supposed to go like round 6, round 5.
Yeah, I had him.
Nope, 2
pretty
minutes
far
later.
down my board.
Dang.
Taylor, I don't like Wright.
Yes, I agree. I hate Wright.
I had
don't
him
like
in the 5th
Jackson.
round.
Everybody start naming who you don't like.
Right?
That's
Or,
interesting.
Don't like.
Don't
What's-
like.
I don't like Dadrian Taylor Demerson.
Somebody from the Cardinals is watching this live right now.
Right?
Right.
Gonna stick it to those dudes up there in
Bugs.
green and yellow.
Man. Oh, that's brutal.
Wow, that was a really fast pick from the Rams.
Yeah.
Routman, Aaron Routman hates Hicks. Me too.
Dang.
Just the worst.
Yeah, Jaden Hicks is like kind of beginning to slide. And I
he's-
really wonder where Peyton Wilson's going to go too.
He's gonna go to Baltimore.
Oh, that'd be fun. Isaac Bruce.
Isaac Bruce.
We got Captain Kebbell saying Ken Ingalls thinks Green Bay is going to be trading up after the coming pick. Usually he's pretty good at guessing.
Like trading up from 88 to 85 or what have you.
I think
Maybe.
I think they mean like the pick after this one.
Or
Like,
because
our
the next pick is 91.
There goes Corum.
Interesting.
Oh yeah,
That's
Sorry,
like
right.
Kamikaze.
So I mean, like, there's
That's
not
an
really
interesting
a
pick.
gap there.
Hmm.
I could see 126 coming up. Yep. Bye,
I
Black.
thought you had to repick his Warzone squad.
Sorry,
after this.
Kamikaze.
Justin said Arizona will just take the tip.
Oh my god.
Well played. Well played. Game recognizes
Aaron's
game.
wondering if the Rams pick for Blake was a bit early.
Not really.
Yeah,
Late third round. I mean, that's kind of where you start to pick them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
think we are really getting in like the running back range.
Yeah.
We're going to see like Wright, Lloyd, Braylon Allen, Estemago, guys like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could probably
Like
see
that
another
next
2 or 3
year.
running backs yet tonight.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
2 or 3, 3 or 4.
Okay, Charlie Barons.
That's immediately what I thought of as well.
I got my bobblehead right over there.
Like Charlie Barron.
You got Charlie
And my
Barron
signed Vinny
bobblehead?
helmet.
You don't?
Why
Right?
would I do that?
Are you a true Wisconsinite if you don't have Charlie Barron's memorabilia?
I have a bobblehead of myself. That's how much I like myself.
Tell you what,
That's
I am a
wild.
true Wisconsinite because I have a
That's
junk
some
drawer.
deep personal issues, my friend.
It's me and my girlfriend, you weenie.
this is intervention.
Jake, it's your night tonight.
Taylor
got a
does not
couple.
approve of the self bobblehead.
Why would I
We
do
got
that?
Taylor saying I say pick right, then a
I'm
quarterback.
for it.
Yes,
I'm for it.
I would be good with Jalen Wright.
Josh saying
Some
4 more
Bahamas
till we
in
get a
harmony.
running back.
Braylon Allen, baby. Keep him home.
We have some
Um,
interesting comments.
Justin.
Good. Justin's going crazy, bro.
Hey, if anybody's speeding around Justin, you're going to get away with it.
Big Al saying let's hope the 3rd round curse returns for this draft.
Why would
You
want the
want it
third
to
round first
return?
return? Tucker Kraft has broken it.
Yeah.
Unless
he's speaking in
it's-
reverse.
Oh yeah, I see.
Oh,
what you're
like I
saying,
hate
yeah.
Jaden Hicks reverse.
Yeah.
Oops.
All right, we're almost there. Steelers announcing their pick now at 84.
Who the hell is
Aaron
Dawn?
saying, played softball with Alan's uncle. Probably the best player I've ever played with.
I got a random story about softball. My dad played against a guy that played on the USA softball team, and people would not be able to park their cars in a certain parking lot because he would break your window because he hit so many home runs.
Wow, that's cool.
In
Al
Sheboygan.
said, let's hope the 3rd round curse does not return for this draft.
Where do you think Braylon Allen will go?
5th round.
I'm going to say probably the 4th.
Yeah, he's not going.
Yeah.
After it. I wasn't even being serious.
I was thinking 4th.
That's fair, Justin. Everybody gets a break here and there. Wow, look at JJ McCarthy underthrowing balls. Oh,
And
look at that.
overthrowing
He
balls.
put it in his hands. Throw him so he has to dive for it. Ooh, a check down. Good thing JJ McCarthy gets credit for all those yards in that touchdown.
Yeah,
Oh,
good
look
thing
at that.
Roman
Nice
Wilson
jumping
bailed
catch.
him out.
I like Roman Wilson.
He's a good player.
No, another underthrown ball that he had to go back for and make a contested
I will.
catch.
Roman Wilson's a gamer. I like him,
Yeah.
dude.
He's a dude.
What's up, Steelers? You look so thrilled.
Right? They are just ecstatic about their pick.
Or they've known they were going to get him for like the last 8 picks or something like that. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, oh yeah, we've had him penned in since '78,
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody else was taking this guy in the 3rd round.
right?
We're geniuses.
We got Michael saying lost out on our top guards, maybe Zinter or Wardolini in the 4th. 3rd, like the possible double dip of Hicks or Wilson, maybe both, or Booker and Wright.
Michael, if you're still looking at guard, you could throw out the other Christian and maybe look at
Mahogany.
Christian Mahogany.
Yeah.
And Big Al Blake Corum is gone.
Well, I mean, Mahogany fits right into that Mason McCormick thing.
Sure.
He would just be an anomaly from the standpoint of he's never played tackle.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be drafting him as a guard.
Right. But I
Right,
mean,
but
even
the
the
Packers
guys that they've drafted at guard
Oh, okay.
have played tackle with the
Tackle.
exception of 4 in the last 20 years.
Let me see, because I was just looking at that not too long ago. See if I find it.
And my opinion is that is where Jordan Morgan is going to go in year 1, is right guard. And then year 2, we see Myers not re-signed, Tom kicked in, Morgan switch out to tackle. Like that's how I see Morgan's arc going as of right now.
Morgan's
So,
gonna be the next
guys-
TJ Lang, man.
Hmm?
He's going to be the next TJ Lang. TJ Lang was drafted as a tackle, and he got kicked inside and was tremendous in there.
There's a couple guys that have tackle experience that they're predicting to go inside, like Donovan McPuny, Jalen Sundell, guys like Nick Gargiulo.
Isaiah Adams was also in that list as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 49ers traded for the pick.
What pick are we at?
80.
I'm on 85.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's
And
Cleveland,
Wilson the
Philly,
last pick we
Dallas,
saw?
us.
Okay.
Except now it's San Francisco instead of
Oh,
Cleveland.
instead of Cleveland? Okay.
What was Wilson the Roman Wilson the last pick you saw?
Yes.
Okay.
We have Big Al saying the last time the Packers selected an O-line in the first round was Derek Sherrod.
Yup.
Yep.
I kept saying that's what you have to do it.
And before that, if you're looking at interior offensive linemen, it was like 1994. I think it was Ross Burba.
I looked it up one day because we were asking.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Aaron saying, did you have Creed higher than Myers that year? I would say that was a head scratcher when they picked Myers over Creed.
So I looked into that recently for an episode, and there was a theory floated at the time that I think might have some merit. One, Myers was apparently considered a little bit better in pass pro at the time, but also Creed snaps the ball with his left hand. And
that's weird.
And apparently there had been some issues in practice the year prior where Rodgers had made it known he didn't like getting snaps from left-handers.
Oh, interesting.
Now, I don't know if that's true, but I went back. I found an article from the time that those picks happened, and that was the theory at the time. And then I was like, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. So that's a possible reason.
I think another reason, too, is like the Packers really valued Myers' ability or his athleticism a little more than Creed Humphrey as well. You could see why they drafted Myers. Like, it made sense.
Well, I mean, they thought they were just getting Corey Linsley again.
Yeah.
Like, Myers followed him at Ohio State, and then Myers was going to walk right in after him in Green Bay. And it just hasn't. And again,
There goes Zinter.
By Zinter. He was the top pick.
Yep.
But the thing with Myers was his ceiling has still been pretty good.
Yeah.
The issue with Myers all along has been his consistency.
Yeah.
Oh, 49ers traded for the 46th pick or the 86th pick, not the 85th.
Okay, so they're on the clock now,
Philly.
and then Dallas, and then us.
Yeah, Zinter just went to the Browns.
Yeah, that's weird that Tom Pelissero had the trade for 86 before Schefter had the announcement for the 85th pick.
Connie's saying, I don't like teams jumping in front of us. It's usually bad news.
And it's been a freaking trend this draft.
Yeah.
Like, more so than I remember.
Justin saying, can we just have the Browns play the top XFL and USFL team, and winner is in the NFL, loser goes to the other?
Get some relegation in here.
I think the Browns would kill them.
Yeah,
the Browns are actually good.
The Browns would, yeah. But if you ever
Yeah.
play like the Panthers or something like that, like it's a weird thing, but
Carolina
that's
would
how
win.
like soccer in Europe works. Like the
Mhm.
lowest team from the top league plays like the top team from the second league.
Yep.
And if they beat them, then they interchange.
I still
That's
think they
how
kill them.
Ryan Reynolds' team moved up.
Mhm.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
He was like
Yeah,
a
that's how it works like that.
Yeah.
I still think they'd get killed, though.
Yeah, you'd have to have a really, really, really bad NFL team.
I mean,
to
I
lose
think
to
a
bunch
better
of guys that are like fringe NFL players.
matchup would be the national champion in college going against the worst NFL team.
They'd
even
still
that,
get
they'd
killed.
get
But even
murdered.
then,
It wouldn't be close.
It wouldn't
No.
be close.
Carolina would have destroyed Michigan.
but they would stand a better chance than the top XFL team. That's
Sure.
what I was saying.
Sure.
Joseph asking, San Fran needs O-line, right?
Yep, there goes Pooney.
Well, there he goes.
Bye, Pooney.
Rip.
So San Francisco hopped in front of Green Bay, and they very well might have been doing that on purpose.
Justin
I'm not
saying,
mad at
"Thanks, SpongeBob, watching
Like-
this draft."
Like I'm not mad that the Packers can't draft Puny now.
I liked him.
I liked him
maybe a little
too,
bit
but like
more.
I wasn't like he wasn't like on my big board of guys that I wanted to draft.
I like Pooney. I think he's just you've already got a better version in Morgan.
Yeah, and he's a guy that I've seen that some teams might view as a guard. So he's a guy that could potentially be kicked inside.
I think he is inside, yeah.
I think so too.
We got Big Al saying this year is really important for Josh Myers. If he's inconsistent again, Zach Tom might be moving to center.
Yeah, possibility.
We're kind of penciling Tom in at center already.
The only thing that I would say in regards to the center position that I think people shouldn't lose sight of is the communication calls for center are so important. Yeah. And Stenovich, LaFleur, this year they made it very intentional to speak glowingly about how Myers had improved on his calls. And like that is such a big part of the center job and a very underrated part that I think has bought Myers a good amount of runway before that change happens.
And I think we shouted it out a couple times last year in a couple of games where you could see Myers shifting the protection and making the right calls.
Yeah, it's like everyone just wants to talk about the blocking and stuff, but center's a little different. Center has that additional layer that not the other spots have, and the Packers seem to really value that out of Myers. So that shouldn't be overlooked, I don't think.
Joseph asking if the Cowboys got their running back yet.
I don't think so.
Find out right now.
No, according to Mel.
Although Ezekiel Elliott was visiting them
Really?
yesterday or Wednesday, they were talking about bringing him back. He can play center or something.
Zach Zinter was one of our top 30 visits.
Yeah. Scott, I've wondered about that. I've wondered about moving Myers to guard, but again, then you're kind of taking away the calls, and that might be what he does best right now, besides pass pro. But I've wondered it. All right, looks like both of them are on.
We have we have 2 picks in the next 5, right?
Yeah, because we've got 88 and 91.
In 91. Okay. Yeah, definitely some interesting players left.
Oh, Anna. Honestly, just want to shout out you all for doing this stream. Love having the commentary and feeling part of the Packers community, even though I live far from Wisconsin.
Awesome. Thanks, Anna. Hey, and thank you for your support. I really do appreciate it when you message me, Anna. Thank you. All right.
Fans from all over.
We're almost there.
Here's a guy that might be interesting. What do you guys think of Leonard Taylor from Miami? Yay or nay?
I was a nay on him.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact reasoning off the top of my head. I can look it up, but I do remember being a nay on him.
Yeah. 22, 6'4", 303, 747 RAS.
Yeah. Let me relook it up. I remember there was something that stuck out to me that said no.
Oh, let's see.
Anna, I don't know if you're just a Packers fan, but if you're a Bucks, Brewers, or Badgers fans, Jake and I, we do live shows every Wednesday at 4 for Bucks, Brewers, and Badgers.
Oh yes, all Wisconsin is all them.
Yeah. By the way, this is your reminder. Sub to both channels. Help each other out. We're all moderately enough good people. So like
moderately enough.
Help a little bit. But seriously,
only some interventions needed. But
very
just
genuinely,
just
it's
mostly Jake.
I think I can't speak for all 5 of us. Like, we're endlessly appreciative that anyone is sitting here hanging out with us on the draft night. So I know all of us are very proud of the way our 2 channels have grown separately.
Absolutely.
It means a lot that any of you are here. So thank you. I'm sure we'll talk more about that tomorrow.
Yeah. But if somebody says 69, we're all going to giggle. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, nice.
All right. We got Kevin Kevel saying that swapping Jenkins and Myers to me has been a tempting idea. Jenkins was good at center when he was needed, or shifting both over one spot, putting Myers between our 2 best linemen to clean up his issues.
Yeah, they may be more tempted to do it now that the great wall of Jenkins and Bakhtiari is gone.
Yep.
But at the same time, I don't wonder if they really like Jenkins as a stabilizing force next to Rasheed Walker. As Walker's still kind of Walker was great. Don't get me wrong, but continuing to learn.
So now I found the Packers pick before I could see the Cowboys pick. So I know who the Packers are taking.
Neat. There goes Liafu.
Okay. All right. Packers are on the clock and in, I guess.
I still don't know who the Cowboys pick is.
Liafau.
Yeah, Liafau.
That one.
Well, I know who the Packers pick is.
Well, Scott wants Cam Little.
I won't say anything.
It's a little early. Just do it just a little bit.
I'm not going to say anything, Aaron. I'm not giving anything away.
Oops.
Justin's a Packers fan in Arkansas. Thank you for checking us out.
Yeah, you could flip to the pick is in screen. That way Tyler doesn't risk the poker face.
There we go.
I was just like constantly refreshing Twitter trying to find the Dallas pick.
Yeah. And now Green Bay's. I mean, Goot's been moving fast. This is every pick now.
Mhm.
That they're submitting quick.
Scott said, "Come on, Pack from Minnesota." Scott,
Yep.
we have a few other Minnesota fans. Like Christopher lives in Minnesota. Brett lives just on the Wisconsin side of the border.
Yep. Lacrosse.
If anybody who got the details, don't spill it.
Exactly.
Don't spoil these picks in the chat.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. And Justin.
Here we go. Here's the selection.
All right, here we go.
Connie, it's my really good poker face.
Really?
Come on. Oh, all right. That's fun.
That's so. This is wow. I'm kind of surprised by this.
Yeah.
I mean, you could scroll back 10 minutes to say that we could see three or four of them go.
Yeah,
I was talking about Barron's tangent.
Guys going. Thoughts, guys?
He's going to be very fun. I think I considered him kind of one notch down from Jalen Wright. I don't really mind them picking him over Wright. But I've got the summary here from Brugler. I'll read it off quick. A one-year starter at USC, Lloyd was the top back on the depth chart in head coach Lincoln Riley's RPO spread, so what LaFleur runs a lot of, multiple run scheme. After 3 years at South Carolina, he transferred to the Trojans and had a productive 2023 season where he led the team in rushing in 11 of 12 regular season games, finishing as one of only 5 FBS running backs to average more than 7 yards per carry. With his vision and dynamic cutting skills, Lloyd is a shifty runner with the short area explosion and lateral agility to leave defenders diving at air. 20.87% of his carries resulted in a 10-plus yard game. He frequently springs free because of the creativity he shows with the ball in his hands, although he relies too much on his east-west options and needs to be more consistent finishing runs. Overall, Lloyd doesn't have the profile of a high-volume back, but he can spark an NFL offense with his mix of patience, burst, and promise as a pass catcher. His tape gives me flashbacks of a thicker version of Duke Johnson coming out of Miami.
He forced 47 missed tackles this season.
I was just going to say something along the same lines of, I'm sorry, I didn't see the name on that comment. Yeah, he's got some weight to him. He's 220 at 5'9".
That's what they want. Yeah.
He's put together.
Yeah. He's got some thickness to him.
In that man.
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
5'8" is crazy. Aaron Jones was 5'9".
Yep.
I mean, 5'8". Yeah, he's like 5'8.5". That does qualify as it does qualify as the shortest running back that would be taken in the Gutekunst or Ted Thompson era.
Tyke Smith went right after.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, his
20 at 5'8".
His 220 is 220 is the crazy part. That's 5 pounds more than Aaron Jones and an inch shorter.
For what it's worth, take this as you will. His gap running grade was a 93 on PFF. He averaged almost 4 yards after contact per attempt.
Yep, he's a Packer. That makes
Another
sense.
crazy thing about him, and I looked at some other running backs that were like not nearly as high on this, but PFF has an elusiveness rating and a lot of guys are in like the 80 to 100. The really good ones are like above 120. Marshawn Lloyd's is 177.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
We're about to be up again, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're at 90 right now. So Packers are on the they're on the clock.
Yeah.
bro, the Packers are so back, dude. We are so back, baby.
Oh, there goes Elijah Jones. You had it, Tyler.
One pick, damn it.
All right. So here comes my guy then, the cornerback out of
Good pick,
Florida
Arizona. I
State.
hate you.
Oh, Jerry and Jones.
Yeah, Jerry and Jones. Thank you.
Wouldn't shock me.
Now they took one of each of our guys, guy. Damn it.
What am I doing?
They took Trey
Oh,
Benson.
Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL.com said the Green Bay Packers just got the best running back in the entire draft. This will be a nice replacement for Aaron Jones.
Ooh.
I mean,
like the sounds of that.
I really enjoyed reading what Brugler was saying about his vision, his patience, one cut in the zone blocking scheme, like the RPO basis that USC uses. That's all Aaron Jones. That's I can get with this for sure.
Yeah, I can.
Janelle saying Marshawn Lloyd also has an issue with fumbles.
Just like Aaron Jones.
There's another similarity. But I can go look up the numbers.
All right, picks in. Wow, we're taking a guy here.
Wow. Gooch is decisive tonight.
Yes, sir.
They're definitely taking a guy here. Caitlin
Commercial
Clark's
break,
on board.
guys. We're still interested in.
I love Cody's comment.
Patrick Taylor. So supposedly, from a couple of guys who actually know Patrick Taylor, I have grown close to him. They've said like he is not coming back to Green Bay. He's done.
I don't blame him.
I could have told you that too.
Yeah, I mean, like, it makes sense.
Yep.
Let's see, guys who could go. I mean, TJ Tampa's still hanging out there.
Yep.
I'd be down for that.
I'm very
Brandon
surprised
Dorless.
he's still there.
Dorless, the big DT from Oregon.
Yep.
If they wanted edge, Austin Booker is chilling.
True.
Or
Javon Solomon.
Peyton Wilson's still there to double up there. At wide receiver, Devontae Walker. Or Johnny Wilson. So Muhammad Kamara Bryant. Yeah, Kamara is still on the board too.
Oh, man, Elijah Jones right before.
There's some crazy. What do you guys think of Cam Kitchens? I know like he had a lot of pre-draft hype, and then he had his combine and pro day, and he kind of fell down the boards a lot. But he has some really good tape.
He's so inconsistent, man.
Yeah,
he does. He's got range for days, but the question is that range going to stay intact in the NFL since he didn't test as fast as he looked?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. I think Connie's going to like this pick.
Taylor signed with the Niners, I think.
Oh yeah, I think he did. I think you're right, Joseph.
Mekhi Wingo's interesting. Fisk is still there too.
Let's answer Rigby Mordecai while we're waiting on the pick.
Yep.
What are your opinions on Lloyd?
It's got the beef.
Yeah, I mean he's thick. But to answer Rigby Mordecai, like my immediate thoughts are, I do like him a lot for this offense. Little surprised they went with him over Jalen Wright, but not upset about it.
Yeah.
We rattled off some stats earlier about how effective he is at bouncing off of guys, getting over 4 yards like after contact per carry.
Very elusive.
Yeah, very elusive. He does have ability as a receiver, even if the numbers aren't there. USC just didn't use him that way, but he was competent whenever they did use him that way. So I overall like the pick. I think he's a really strong complement to what they've got. And that's
Miner saying he's Frank Gore.
I can get with that. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that comp.
I will say I didn't have him very high on my list, but when I do my list, I'm not going to try to think like the Packers because nobody thinks like the Packers. They're weird, right? They do what the hell they want to do. So when I do my list, I think of like, okay, to me, this is number 1. To me, this is number 8. So for me, I had him at number 10 just because I didn't like that he didn't have a lot of receiving yards and a lot of catches.
Yeah, he only had 18 targets last year.
Yeah, he had 13 catches for 232 yards. But,
hearing more about him, hearing more of the stats and the agility, I like it. I think it could work.
Yeah,
He
I
was-
think
Oh, go
I
ahead.
think the receiving was just more of a product of they just didn't use him that way. Like that's just not the way USC's offense is built.
I agree.
And that was
And
like
so-
AJ Dillon too. It wasn't that he couldn't;
True.
he was just never asked to do it.
True. All right, here we go. 91 is in. What do we got? What do we got?
Interesting.
Connie's gonna like it.
Hey, there's your other linebacker.
Interesting.
Solar Minor. You get your other linebacker.
Well, I
Another
thought that was
guy that was
Connie
brought
that wanted
in.
the other linebacker.
That is very interesting.
Another guy that was brought in for a top 30 visit.
Yep, I was just gonna say that.
Little bit smaller of a backer at only 231, but
Yep.
And not
It could be your weak side linebacker though.
yeah. He's not.
Josh,
don't
this is
look
why
at
you need to watch our
Copper.
shows more often.
I don't look at Hopper and say that he's the same type of linebacker as Quay and Cooper. He doesn't quite have the dynamic like disruptor gene like they do.
Also, no sling on Matt LaFleur.
Oh, I guess the floor's just tired. Oh wait, no, wait until he
there's no
turns.
strap.
I don't know. But he's also doesn't necessarily have the occasional recklessness that comes with their violence. Maybe a little bit more of a coverage backer as opposed to the send them in and blow stuff up type backer.
So I can give you his stats from the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
From 2022 and 2023 at Missouri, he was in Florida the 3 years before that. But his 2 years at Missouri, he combined for 132 tackles, 19.5 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks, an interception, 7 passes defensed, and a forced fumble.
Yeah. Productive.
Ooh, that's a good pick for the Bucks.
Here's the
Villain.
Brugler summary. A 2-year starter at Missouri, Hopper played will linebacker in defensive coordinator Blake Baker's 4-2-5 base scheme. After struggling to find a regular role at Florida, he transferred and averaged 5.8 tackles per game in 2 seasons with Missouri, earning all SEC honors as a senior. With his initial quickness and rangy speed, Hopper aggressively responds to ball carriers and pass catchers and closes in a hurry. There it is again. However, he lacks the play strength desired for an every down role and needs to improve his block awareness. Overall, Hopper needs to be more consistent at the point of attack and as a finisher, but he's a fast-flowing athlete with the pursuit skills and blitzing talent to find a home in the NFL. He projects as a run-and-chase rotational linebacker with the skill set for special teams, and he was given a round 5 grade from Brugler. So, take it for what you will.
As Justin says, this pick is like vanilla ice cream. I'll take it, but it's not my favorite.
Hey,
Thank
but you
you,
know what?
Justin.
Vanilla ice cream is good if you mix it with other stuff like chocolate cake or apple pie.
Ooh.
Vanilla ice cream is the number 1 ice cream flavor in the world, so that's a terrible analogy.
I did see someone say on Twitter last night that this could be a draft of eating your vegetables for Packer fans. Like
Oh God,
a
I
lot
like
of
that
picks,
answer.
like a lot of picks that you may not come away from with like the hormones in your brain going happy because they're awesome, but a lot of picks that you just need to be good. And
That's what we said with Jordan Morgan. It was a responsible, safe, reliable pick.
so Hopper fits the mold. He's a little bit
So
lighter.
does Edgerrin Cooper. So does Javon Bullard.
He's not an every down guy, but he might be a third down linebacker, and they could use that.
Responsible people aren't always the life of the party, but you need one to take care of everybody.
Insert Tyron Hopper.
Yeah, so Tyron Hopper is your designated driver. Got it.
So
All
is
right.
Morgan.
Oh,
We have,
wow. Okay,
uh,
Justin, Justin wants to smoke. Justin wants to smoke. Justin, don't start this with me. I'm a trash talker, dog. Don't start this.
I'm gonna say that I guess I'll take that as Justin liked my analogy more than he liked your comment on vanilla ice cream.
It is the number 1 seller. You can't debate that. It's a fact.
Connie saying Goody said he wants all linebackers with the same skills.
Yeah, almost like safety. From the UK Packers draft guide, they said just in their outlook here, Teams will love Hopper's speed and athleticism, but his lack of size could be a concern.
Yep.
Some may question whether that body size can stand up to a season of pro football as a full-time linebacker. Nonetheless, his ability to play on passing downs alone, plus special teams, should ensure that Hopper will stick around on an NFL roster as a primary backup at the very least. Expect him to be selected day 3, round 4 or 5. So another one, like, that does seem to be consensus that this is very early for Hopper, but expect him to be a special teams contributor, perhaps someone that they can roll out in the occasional package. Maybe because he's lighter, maybe they want him to be Viper. Like they must have something in mind for Hopper here.
So Matt Schneidman tweeted that the Packers go with Tyron Hopper at 91, doubling up on inside linebackers on day 2. Brian Gutekunst said at the combine that they were, quote, pretty thin there, and then they released Devondre Campbell. Needed more bodies with schematic switch under Jeff Hafley.
Well, I'm going to bring this up. He's a smaller guy, but he's pretty good in coverage. So you look at that and you think about plays that people were complaining about, right? And you think about Preston Smith. People were complaining about him in coverage. Remember when they put Campbell on the running back? I'm blanking on his name.
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, remember when that happened and people were bitching about that? I mean, come on. You take this smaller guy who basically is a coverage linebacker. You can get away with it now.
So I pulled up Hopper's Raz card here. Overall, I got a 7.42, 6'1", 231. His 40-yard dash is running 4.68. His agility is where he tested poor, with a 4.46 shuttle and a 7.29 cone. The 7.29 cone, that's worse than the Packers generally like their guys. But
that almost sounds like they believe that to be like a hiccup of a day or something like that.
Right. Because that's very much bending what they like for 3 cone. And then, but his explosion stuff was great. He had a 36-inch vertical, 10-foot broad jump. His 20-yard split was 2.68. And then his 10-yard split was 1.64. So
wow. So he has the acceleration.
Yeah. I mean, and it seems to match with the draft profiles of like, here you've got a guy that maybe will be a little bit more of like a coverage blitzer backer, but not someone that you're going to roll out. And even though he tackles pretty well, he's not necessarily going to be a guy that you're going to bank on to roll out on first down and stop the run because he's going to get washed. But for a specialty role, and again, maybe they want him to be more Viper-esque. Like,
yeah.
Well, like some of the things you brought up too, some of it sounds like it could be like coached up. Like he could get better with better coaching.
Yeah. Did anyone pull up PFF on him yet?
I did.
They have almost nothing on him.
What about like missed tackle percentage?
22.7.
Okay, so gonna need some work there.
Yeah.
Justin Peyton Wilson, it's got to be his injury history that's scaring him
the
down.
Medicals.
Connie, as long as he can tackle.
Oh, tough.
I love that, Connie.
Stop that.
Row.
Psych.
If he covers really well, he'll never have to tackle. Maybe that's what we hope for.
True.
Yeah, that. Justin saying, so are people that down on Peyton Wilson, or did I miss him?
You didn't miss him getting picked.
Yeah, it's got to be the Medicals.
Yeah.
Got to be. So that, as of right now, Packers, of course, could move up back into round 3 again.
Isaac, I like that pick for Baltimore. I like.
Yeah,
that
I do too.
But that rounds out the 4 picks for the evening. So, as it stands right now, Jordan Morgan, Edgerrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, Marshawn Lloyd, and Tyron Hopper. There you go. That's where we're at so far. 5 of the what they got 12 picks now in the books.
Yep. 13 picks.
Hair, I guess.
Oh, he was just talking about Peyton Wilson's injury history.
Got 13 picks because they picked 2 extra picks up when they traded down.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, 13 picks. So 5 of the 13 in the books.
If they stay pat, tomorrow could be fun too.
8 picks.
Yeah.
With how quickly the picks move on day 3, gonna be an
If anybody's watching on the Wisco Fanatic side, check out John Lombardi Time Brews. John and Claudia, they're going to be live tomorrow. Simon might jump in with them. I'm out playing sports tomorrow.
Good pick.
So,
John,
yes, if you guys are watching on the Wisco Fanatic side, Lombardi Time Brews is going to be live tomorrow for day 3 as well.
Yes, thank you, Tyler. Yeah, we're going to be here all the way through Mr. Irrelevant. So come on over. We're going to be here every single bit. And tomorrow is a very important day for us. Like, we make it a priority, especially on day 3, to answer every single comment and talk about every Packer pick extensively. So please do hang out with us.
Yes, indeed. We got Mark asking, why not Cedric Gray?
So my quick take opinion on this, Mark, is I think the Hopper pick was, like, after reading the profiles on him, the fact that they did a top 30, my guess here, pure speculation, is that they have something in mind for Hopper, that they wanted his particular skill set that no one else can offer. And that's quite possibly why, per the consensus board, they made a big reach here. Now, whether that's because they felt like they needed more of a coverage backer as opposed to like a typical off-ball linebacker, or maybe they have him in mind for Viper, or maybe they want him on teams, whatever. But like the rationalization here is that they have something specific in mind for him, and that's why they would opt for him over a different off-ball linebacker that, you know, you could achieve at a different time.
Dwayne Carter
to answer Joseph's question,
I like Dwayne Carter a lot.
126 and 168 could get you up to about 110.
Okay.
168 and 190. 6, 9. That would get you up to like earlier in the 5th round.
Okay. Brandy, hey Brandy, nice to see you.
Brandy.
Yeah, it's been a good one. I don't mind it at all right now.
Gavin Couple saying tomorrow will be mostly working, but we'll try and dip in for the algorithm gods.
Thank
We
you, Captain
appreciate
Cabals. Thank you.
Justin saying I would rather have had Eichenberg.
He doesn't have the physical tools as much. He's like the higher floor, but he's got a lower ceiling, in my opinion.
He is not a coverage linebacker either.
Right. I mean, I look at Eichenberg like the polar opposite type of linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, he's stockier. He's someone that you throw at Sam to absorb blocks, whereas Hopper is get him away from other humans, and then he can be effective.
Yeah, we already have an Eichenberg.
Yeah.
Anna saying I'll be here for the entire time tomorrow.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you, Anna.
Solar Miner saying Goot still sucks in the 3rd.
No, the thing is, and I was just thinking about this, historically, like going back, the 3rd round is like where Goot allows himself to take the Ron Wolf school, to take the thresholds and just chuck them out the window and go with what he wants to do. And then 4 through 7, he kind of goes back to other
Maybe
thresholds.
stop doing that, I guess.
But like the 3rd
Except
is
for
where
Tucker
he
Craft.
just like it's really weird. Like you see low raz guys in the 3rd sometimes. You see guys that don't fit their thresholds. You see like it's just the 3rd is like his experimentation round. And he's lost more than he's won in round 3.
Not since 2023.
Except for last year, yeah. I said more often. I am.
Connie saying thanks, John, Claudia, and company. I've enjoyed your stream tonight. I will try and drop by tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you, Connie.
for
Look
joining
forward to it.
us.
I have a new hype man. Thanks, Aaron. Aaron,
It
come
was
watch
peace
us on
for a while.
Wednesdays.
Okay. Deeply offended.
Right, rude.
And last year, day 3 was our most successful day. So I don't know you yet, but thanks, Aaron.
So yeah, you're gonna have to send all your subscribers you get tomorrow our way.
Sounds good.
All right, we got Brian saying that's
Who's that?
Who
Oh, I was about to say something.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
guy's a
okay.
noob.
Yeah. That guy doesn't know anything. I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to save
Go
the
back to the water park.
naughty talk. Save
Yeah,
the
I calmed it down. I was gonna say this off the wall stuff.
Sounds like a dude that would live in North Dakota.
Yeah,
he looks like
I heard he's
a-
actually a Vikings fan.
Mark saying I think Lloyd is a pretty good pick.
I bet his whole family is Vikings fans.
Lloyd's going to have a great role in this offense. I'm with you, Mark.
Taylor saying, back now, what y'all think of our last 2 picks?
A lot of upside.
I like Lloyd. I don't know. Hopper's an interesting pick for me. He's kind of has a weird size. I'm not really sure what their plan is for him.
Different skill sets is what I'm thinking.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with him.
I mean, my take on the last 2 is specialized roles.
Yeah,
sure.
Like they didn't pick Hopper to be a down in, down out every time they're linebacker.
Right.
They picked him to do a function that they felt like they didn't have. Lloyd, they did not pick him because he's never been at USC, a down in, down out bell cow running back. They picked him to do a role in the running back room. And that's what it feels like. Both of these are like, we have a job in mind for you.
Mm-hmm.
Come do that job.
I think that was kind of like the running back draft in general is like those kind of, you're not going to give all those guys bell cow numbers. Like they're going to be your backups, your, running back by committee guys.
I like Brandy's comment about Cam Hart, by the way. I brought him up earlier. I like Cam Hart.
Yeah.
I think he'd be a good pick tomorrow.
More versatility in the secondary.
Jaden Hicks hasn't been picked yet either.
Nope.
No, he has not.
We got Joseph saying, awesome session, Lombardi Time Brews.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Joseph. Appreciate it. Come back tomorrow. Everybody, bring your friends. Also, I'm very popular in nursing homes. If you got grandparents who just want to be like around faces for a bit.
I didn't know that about you.
What? Is, an interesting.
Look, man, when I first started, I'm not kidding. When I first started, like the vast majority of my views were like, I don't know if it was a YouTube issue or whatever, but like 80% of my views were like 70 and over. And it was like, oh, okay.
Bring your nana.
Do it.
Yes.
You want to do a live show at Sunny Ridge?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm popular. But like, if you got grandparents and nursing home and they just want to listen to someone talk incessantly, that'll be me tomorrow. So I can fill up their room with noise. Let's get the views. I appreciate it.
Old people don't like us, man. We talk about it.
Everybody your nana loves.
I'm very pinchable cheeks. I will give them that.
We talk a lot of trash.
Yeah, we say a lot of.
We don't like the boomers. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Brandy,
it's all dependent on the behavior.
That's fair.
What's
Brandy,
up with the guys and cats?
To answer your question, yes. Like that's about ish what I'd have in mind. Like they'd roll out a package for him, and then we'd see him live on the field for special teams, and then defensively, like he'll be part of a package. That's what I kind of envision his role being.
Brian's asking how many picks we have tomorrow. We have 2 in the 4th now, 2, right?
We have 2 in the 4th?
No.
No,
I think we only have 1.
I think they have 3 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th now.
1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th,
yeah, 3 in the 6th,
2 in the 7th.
Yeah, because we traded away our 5th to Buffalo.
Don't we have 3
That
7th?
fancy little ticker that we got on the bottom tells you. Just a heads up. To anybody who's wondering at any time during the show.
Did you adjust it with the trades?
Yes.
Nicely done.
Can you write it in crayon?
And
for
also
me?
it has our picks in there.
In green crayon.
You're not fired anymore.
No, keep the gig.
Thank you.
You're rehired.
So Mark doesn't like my voice? That's crazy, man.
That's another good pick.
I have a great voice.
Where,
Debatable.
yeah. Oh, go back up. There was a
Dude,
good question.
I'm a songbird of my generation.
So is Tucker Craft our only legit pick for the Beer Olympics team?
No,
Comedy.
Sean Ryan can throw him back from what I understand.
What about this is kind of out of pocket. What about Javon Bullard?
What about him?
Beer Olympics.
Maybe.
No, dude's gonna have 3 and then be falling over. He's gotta be a big guy, dude. Like,
Worst case scenario, he's not allowed into Canada.
What about Rasheed Rice?
no. No.
Hey, chill.
All right. Hit on Taylor. Is he elusive? In terms of Lloyd? Yeah. I think Tyler said like the elusive rating was 177.
Yeah, it was off the charts.
177. Anything over like 120 is elite.
Stupid good. Gary, good night. Thanks for being here, Gary.
Good night, Gary.
Yeah, I would agree. I think like what I said earlier, like vegetable draft. they're picking guys that are going to fill roles, and they're picking guys that aren't necessarily the most exciting. But
that's what we talked about, though, is like the quote unquote starters is pretty set. So now you're looking for guys to fill those like minimal to part-time roles with the best players possible.
The only one that feels like a definitive reach, if you want to go with that at this point, is Hopper.
Yeah.
And even then, like, I hesitate to talk about stuff like that, like we talked about last night, because only NFL teams know.
Yep.
But I had never seen anything from anywhere talking about Hopper being more than like, so that one does feel like early, but again, you're at round 3, you're picking guys for roles and you want to make sure you get them.
Yep.
And that just goes further true the further you go down the board.
Yes.
As you start getting guys that you like more than.
Taylor said they're making Kanan made an awesome run saving play in the 11th. And Joseph, they're actually going into the bottom of the 11th now. So the Brewers are going to have a chance to get a walk-off here.
Sounds like a dub to me.
So we got Big Papa Penguin saying, grab me another O lineman or 2 and another safety, and I'm happy.
I can get with that.
Totally down for that.
And I think we will see him.
Aaron saying Caleb Jones can put him back. He's a big boy, so
Caleb Jones,
wouldn't doubt it. He is a behemoth of a man.
We've seen him at the Donald Driver softball game. Holy Lord. Like, dude is huge. And not just like, you read the stats, like, dude, 6'8", 350. You understand that. And then you see him. Holy God. Like, the man is monstrous. And it is funny, too. At training camp, dude is a full head taller than any other O-lineman.
Yeah.
It is fantastic.
So you know how they say, like, some people are so fast, they make not fast people look not fast? He's so big, he looks big, people look not big.
Well, at training camp, when we were there together, I remember last year we talked about how, like, David Bakhtiari looks like a wide receiver next to him.
Yeah, I'm like, 69? Is that a new tight end they just picked up?
Right.
Like, he's huge.
Yeah.
Luke Tenuta is really tall, too. I think he's like 6'7".
He's like 6'7", I think.
Yeah.
Brandy's saying not one edge or D lineman this year
No,
so
not
far.
yet.
One O line. Interesting.
There's still a lot of edge rushers that I like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of D linemen that I'd be okay with, too.
Yeah. And I think it very well could be in part, Brandy, because they're looking at both of those positions and going, all right, when we draft a D lineman, they're probably going to be our 5th or 6th D lineman. When we draft an edge, they're going to be no better than 4th edge.
Not to mention, like, the 2 D linemen they drafted last year, Colby Wooden and Carl Brooks, those guys were both late round picks.
Yeah.
So they believe that they can find those values later on too.
This Harbaugh stuff is cringe.
Been great listening in while I fall in love with our picks against my better judgment. Have a great night and go Pack Go. Go Pack Go, Thomas. Thanks.
Always be ready to be hurt by the Packers, Thomas. It's what we do.
Oh, Peyton Willis to the Steelers.
All right, Mark. Now we're talking.
Okay.
Mark's saying Christian Boyd tomorrow, I think.
I could see it.
Can I offer another Christian? I would also take Christian Mahogany tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned him a couple times.
Yeah, and I mean, Hafley would know him well. That's for sure.
True.
Taylor saying, sign me on Street Faye for the Beer Olympics.
Okay.
Aaron saying, I'm 6'2", 270, and I'm tiny next to him at training camp last year.
Yeah.
I'm 6'6", 260, so.
Yeah. Bro, you'd be tiny next to us, Aaron. Tyler and I are tall.
I'm not. I'm small compared to you two.
Yeah. Tory
Joseph
Taylor or bust. Tory Taylor in the 6th round.
No, let the Irishman go. Let him keep cruising.
Joseph's thinking with 8 picks, thinking O-line, D-line, edge, corner, safety, tight end, and in whatever order.
Yeah, I think O-linemen are definitely coming.
And throw in a quarterback for good measure. And that could very well be it.
Speaking of short stack of hotcakes, you sure are, Taylor.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Spencer Rattler is probably due to go here in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, man, the Raiders got to be like calling people.
I was thinking that. I was like, I don't know who. There's a lot of teams that would be interested in his skill set.
Yeah.
Patrice is
Maybe the Rams
asking,
are gonna pick him
how
right
do you
now.
feel about the picks for 3 and 4 tonight?
Good.
If you're talking like Lloyd and Hopper, like what I said earlier, is there Hopper might have been like a reach, but these are both guys that I feel like are picked that were not necessarily typical because they're not going to be every down guys, but these are guys that were picked with a role in mind.
My
Lloyd-
feelings are like when we were asked earlier, like the grades, like I was
Ooh,
like
interesting.
A minus after the third round. I was around A minus. After the fourth round, I'd probably say like B plus.
So yeah, I like overall, I'm not at all upset by them, but are they dazzling? Like I would have liked Jalen Wright a lot more at running back than Marshawn Lloyd, but I'm not upset about Lloyd. So
Brandy's saying TJ Tampa fell way more than I thought.
agreed.
Same.
Agreed. Very much so.
And by tight end, you really mean wide receiver Johnny Wilson?
Yes.
If they're picking one, make it Johnny Wilson. I'm with you.
Brewers got the winning run 90 feet away with 1 out.
There you go.
Who's at the
Justin
bat?
saying, when do the Legends kids get drafted? Trotter, Rice, McCaffrey, and are any of them on our radar later? It's a great question.
Round 6
trash.
and Rice is. I was actually when I was at the Senior Bowl, I saw a couple of Packer scouts and I asked, what they were looking at. They were watching all the positions, and when I asked them like who they were liking, they said Brendan Rice. They were like, that's not what they said. He said the kid from USC is looking pretty good, but so Brendan Rice.
And in terms of McCaffrey, he meets all of their thresholds except for hand size, which are like a quarter inch too small or something like that. So he could be an interesting player to take a fly on too.
Joseph saying, oh yeah, I have to take Joe Milton to make Peter France happy.
Yeah, I think Peter passed out a few hours ago, but man, I kind of hope it happens just for Peter's sake.
Josh is wondering, what time does it start tomorrow?
I think 11 Central Time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. 11 a.m. We'll be here.
Woo.
8.
Come hang
I'll
out.
be here at 8.
There it is, Joey Ortiz. Let's go.
Commanders are in at 100. So this is the last pick for
Last
tonight.
pick.
Right as the Brewers walked it off, Joey Ortiz getting his
And
jersey
there's
ripped off
McCaffrey.
right now.
And there goes McCaffrey.
All right, cool. Well, there goes McCaffrey. So don't have to pay attention to him about tomorrow.
Wow.
But hey, nice, good.
I would
Round
not have
three
thought
is
he
in
was
the
going at
books.
the end of the third round.
So
Yeah, I had him in the next round.
He's got the bloodline, man.
Yeah.
Phew, man, there's some good guys left. Troy Franklin's still out there. TJ Tampa.
Franklin's
Javion Sanders.
shocking.
Yeah,
Jaden
Leonard
Hicks.
Taylor. Jaden Hicks is still out there. Tez
Yeah.
Walker.
Yeah, maybe we will see Green Bay move up from 126. I mean, they're sitting at 126 now. The round starts at 101 tomorrow.
Yep.
So they couldn't do it today. Maybe they will tomorrow. It's possible for sure. So, all right, everybody. That's it for round 3. Jake and Tyler will not be here tomorrow. So thank you to them for joining us. It has been a lot of fun. Glad we did this way this year. So they got other stuff to do tomorrow. So they're going to be out. But Claudia and I will be here. So if you're on the Wisco Fanatics page, just come on over and subscribe while you do it,
Yes.
and like while you do it, and join Patreon and membership and things like when we activate those, and pay us to be here and all that kind of stuff. Like, do all of it. And then, so hop on over tomorrow. We'll be here all the way through. Simon's going to join us for a bit of the day tomorrow as well. So please do join. Going to be a great day tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. So it is time for us to depart now that this day is finally done. So thank you to everybody for being here. It means a lot. Any of you guys want to say anything just before we sign off?
I want to say thanks, Justin, for tuning in on our side. Justin, tune in on our Wednesday shows. Aaron, you too. Josh, speaking facts. I see you.
I want to give you something, but I can't because I like John. So
Knuckle sandwich.
I'll give it to you when I see you soon. But John, Claudia, thank you very much. I appreciate this. It's been a lot of fun. Simon, you suck. Taylor, you're my boy. Can't wait to see you on Sunday, man. But go Pack, go, and let's get it.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. And as always, go Pack, go.